Oh, also quick note, sorry. We noted in the agenda that the meeting will be recorded. So we do plan to record that and make it available on YouTube once we figure out that logistical technology thing. And then we can make that link available to you all if you'd like to use it as well. Okay, Pete. And I think first up we have Hawaiian Electric. So whomever from Hawaiian Electric is speaking, I welcome you to begin once Pete gets your slides going. Thanks, Pete.
Hey, Rachel. This is Yo. Good morning, everyone, commissioners. The first presentation is summarizing our proposal and identifying dissimilarities to the proposals from Consumer Advocate and the DER parties. Next slide, please. One more, please. Thank you. Okay, so we submitted our proposals on May 3rd at a high level. Not every single information is here, but we wanted to capture the essence of what we proposed. From a programmatic standpoint, we submitted a standard DER tariff, rooftop rental program, and bring your own device with an emphasis on emergency DR with a portfolio approach. The two columns we have is the key features and the commission objectives that we try to align to. So the key ask from the commission early on was to have a basic program without grid services and an advanced program with grid services. So the standard DER tariff satisfies the basic program where we have export and non-export, where export is a time variant rate that matches to the time of use proposal that was submitted in the advanced rate design. Non-export is very much similar to the CSS type of tariff. With commission guidance, we did remove the 100 kilowatts limit, and we migrated the SIA type of requirements over to the export non-export, so that we no longer have an SIA component going forward. I do have a third bullet of a major difference from the previous interim DER tariff is that we are requesting to see if we could add application fee to recover the CIT maintenance component. For standard DER tariff, this is considered for a long-term DER solution as the commission requested, and we did lay out our transition plan accordingly. And I think that discussion is in the later part of the discussion, so I won't go into full details of the transition. Rooftop rental, utility-owned system. We talked about this. It will be an in front of the meter system, renting rooftop spaces and against a fixed bill credit. We are targeting LMI renters and, of course, with a phased approach of the other types of class segments as well as buildings as we go forward. This is one of our advanced program proposal. One of the asks that there was in the commission objectives was, have a simplified grid service compensation, and that was the statement. We thought this might be a good example where simply by paying rent for that rental of the rooftop, we could indeed seek the benefit of energy and grid services. And this rooftop rental also satisfies and supports the emergency DER objective if approved. The third and final is the bring your own device with the emergency DER portfolio. We proposed a short-term and long-term approach. Short-term, per discussion with the DER parties, we aligned that we can set up the system to be a scheduled dispatch focused on the evening peak. $500 per kW is one of the scenarios that we provided in the proposal, and then the long term is assuming the scheduled dispatch need is for 2 years. The remaining 8 years would be on a remote dispatch, which is the incentive of $10 per kW per month is closely aligned to the grid service purchase agreement that we have. For the remote dispatch, we do want to standardize to IEEE standards, so we have that. And then as a portfolio approach, we recognize that this is, for emergency DR in particular, there's an opportunity for legacy DR and energy efficiency to be part of the solution. From a commission objectives, this is another advanced program, and we're hoping to meet the immediate emergency DR need. Next slide, please. Thank you. Consumer advocate proposal was also a portfolio approach. So if I may jump to the bottom three, rooftop rental, PV host, legacy DR, and energy efficiency was mentioned in the CA proposal. No dissimilarities here, actually. We're fully in alignment, and we support this, the proposal that was made by consumer advocates. So I will not further discuss the bottom three. The top two was a pricing approach of resolving the emergency DR need. Fundamentally, we agree that in our filing, we included a CER strategy plan where we talk about pricing, procurement, and program all have a key role in delivering grid services for the future. So from that standpoint, we do not disagree that the pricing can be a component to providing these type of systems. The challenge that we had with this proposal was the underlying cost that was used and the methodology that was applied to calculate the critical peak value. We were not entirely sure if we are in full alignment there. As an example, avoided capacity costs were included in the export rate. Our analysis typically does not do that, as our future capacity is, there's no fossil fuel that we'll be avoiding in the future. So that was a little bit different. And then, of course, the proxy costs for stage 1 and 2 RFPs were used, where we know that the stage 1 costs that came in were lower than the proxy costs, so that could have been changed. And finally, as an example, 2025 system information were used for the 2022-2023 values. So there might be a little bit of a timing issue there. So we, and then the other is the emergency DR need. From an implementation standpoint, the DER parties always educates us about what incentivizes the customer to uptake and be able to jump onto these types of solution. Pricing, we need to do things on the SAP side and trying to get the right marketing. This might be a little bit of a challenge for us to be able to get and meet that June, July timeframe for next year. Next slide. I'm going to make sure I'm conscientious of the time. Thank you. From a DER parties proposal, 3 types of bring your own device phases, components, scheduled dispatch, BYOD level 1, level 2. Key features, the valuation was at $750 per kWh with a 10-year, basically a 10-year scheduled dispatch approach, focusing on the very same time as we were focusing evening peak. And this one in particular, the DER parties were focusing on the existing customers. The valuation was slightly different, but when we look at the load shifting valuation that was done by DER parties and ours, the magnitude, I can't remember the exact number, but we were 60-something and DER parties were 60-something. So we were very excited to see that numbers were very similar. The change, however, is that we wanted to seek a clarification from the DER parties where the $750 per kWh, if you do a net present value, is greater than the amount that was posted in the DER party. So was that intentional? And was that the premium that was added? If we could seek some clarification on that, that would be great. And then, of course, the double checking is if we have a 5 kW battery, that's blah, blah, blah. Is the DER party's intent to focus on about 7,500 per battery? Or was it a different number? Or was it, if the battery is 13.5 kWh, is the number higher? So we just wanted to get a gauge of how much dollar will go to each of these batteries. BYOD level 1 was the DER parties called it a passive load following system, wider window, less focused in 2 hours, 5 to 10, and it's focused for the new customers. For this one, the wider window has its pros and cons because H&E analysis did show that there are times where 4 hours could capture more possibilities. So that was the 4 hours is probably not the challenging part. I think the challenging part is the lack of predictability of are we sure how much we're going to get if we do this approach with the targeting new customers? Do we know what that is going to look like? And then in this case, the question is similar. If we buy a 5K, if the customer buys a 5 kW battery, would the incentive be for the full 5 kW battery, or would be a percentage that's being considered to commit for this window? We were not sure, so if we could get a little bit more clarification on that. Finally, the BYOD level 2 is similar to us, remote dispatch option. Key difference is it's an opt-in, so any customers on scheduled dispatch or level 1, if they choose to, they can go into the BYOD level 2. Our preference from the modeling that we did and from the emergency DR demand response, we hope our proposal was not necessarily an opt-in, but more of an auto transition from scheduled dispatch to remote dispatch. So that is a dissimilarity from our proposal. And the mentioning of the proposals, I don't, the team can correct me, but I don't think had a recommendation on which protocol they preferred. So I'm hoping the DR parties are okay with our direction with going into IEEE 23.5 as a standard protocol. Thank you, Rachel.
Thank you, Yo. You have a little bit of time left in your 15-minute time block, so about 3 minutes. If there are any clarifying questions or if there are quick responses to Yo's inquiries from the DER parties. Okay, I'm hearing none. So we will progress to the next presentation, which is from the DER parties. And Pete for the win. So whomever from the DER parties, whenever you're ready, Pete is also ready. Thank you.
Thank you, Rachel, and thank you, Pete. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, thank you.
Terrific. If you can go ahead and go to the next slide. Thank you. So we have all been in this docket and the prior docket, or many of us have been in for quite some time. I think many of us understand sort of the tensions and overall objectives, and I think the Commission has enunciated some pretty clear objectives, but I thought it'd still be helpful maybe to take a 30,000-foot step back and in probably one of the worst title slides in history, talk about why we're trying to unlock demand-side flexibility. As we move to 100% RPS, plainly we have sort of two sides of the equation. We can add more generation and supply, or we can have a flexible or be able to reduce load as a means to address a future scenario where you have spikier generation sources and you also have spikier load sources like electric vehicles. When do they plug in? When do they charge? And how do you address that? And plainly, the collective thought is having a more flexible, responsive load is going to be beneficial. The State of Hawaii Market Potential Study that the Commission helped move through really does show some significant advantages if you're able to unlock both rate design, energy efficiency, and DERs as a resource. And so really, I do think a lot of what we're trying to talk about here is really trying to unlock that demand side flexibility and reason why we're sort of in this general conversation. The DER parties have focused on bring your own device because in part, it's a proven model. Utilities around the country are either have those programs in existence or are moving forward with their own programs. It takes an approach where the risk is shifted away from ratepayer and it really is focused more on performance by the DER customer. It is, and in that regard, either the DER customer is not paid if they don't perform, or there is a clawback mechanism to pull back if they're not performing as expected. It can be very simple, as what we proposed here is trying to do a near-term, readily implementable program. And you can also have the ability to sort of be like a platform and add more granularity, more complexity over time. In addition, obviously, it expands on resilience. And then I think a really key element is it really does help unlock electrification. It reduces cost from the DER customer or the customer's point of view and the willingness to move towards greater electrification. And it should also reduce cost on the utility side in that we don't have to build unnecessary or a lot of extra infrastructure to help support that new electrification. Okay, if we go to the next slide. Thanks for bearing with me as I sort of went on the big picture view, now jumping into the specifics. And thank you, Yo. You did also kind of do a great summary. The DR parties have proposed essentially 2 near-term programs and moving in sort of hopefully when ready into a future state. So the first one, scheduled dispatch, is principally focused on retrofit, looking at the existing DR fleet. And although we are being very open to letting all existing solar systems participate, the primary focus is on NEM customers. They are the ones who are able to export to the grid without seeing a significant negative penalty. Whereas a customer, say, for example, is on a CGS Plus tariff to generate an electron, store it in a battery, and then export it at essentially, a 60% loss versus self-consuming, it's just not going to be a great economic proposition. So we saw this program as an exciting opportunity to go after hundreds of megawatts that's already deployed as a relatively fast way to address the emergency need, as well as an opportunity to help modernize that fleet and make those customers ready to opt into future more complicated programs, as well as help modernize them and make them ready for future rate design changes. The second proposal is a load reduction, similar to what ISO New England does, where they allow people to commit to reducing load as a way to serve what the grid needs are. And it does also take advantage of the fact that HNEI in its study did not look at future DER deployment and recognize that this future DER deployment can directly help with emergency need. And so it tries to firm up that resource and commit the load reduction during the peak period. And again, as Yo identified, it sort of helps the broader time period and not just trying to go for the 2-hour window, but tries to go over the broader window to address the overall need. Third and finally is the remote dispatchable program, which is focused on emergency needs. And again, I think it's where we ultimately want to put our focus on, but we recognize that more time is probably going to be necessary to make sure we can integrate with Hawaiian Electric's communication system. And so, maybe we're sort of putting that as, let's put as much detail as we can, but it may not be ready in the near term to address the immediate emergency need. If we can move to the next slide. So as Yo noted, it's exciting that there's a lot of synergy on the scheduled dispatch option, and it, I think, expands on the potential for this to be implemented in the near term relatively quickly. There's a alignment on a lot of the operational characteristics and some of the important elements of it, which would include simplified interconnection requirements, streamlined performance validation. Again, just exciting, and really, I think it is a complement to the number of meetings we've had, and the collaboration, both Hawaiian Electric, the Vote Solar team, and Steve Rimshaw, on the modeling have had to try to come to agreement on sort of, let's call it 90% of the program implementation requirements. We can go to the next slide. One of the things that we did not see necessarily, and it may have just been a misreading, is sort of looking at new DRs being deployed and how they can respond. And so we do like this proposal to focus on load reduction. And again, we see this as something that's readily deployable, something that can be implemented very quickly and is directly correlated to the DER freeze case valuation in terms of trying to recognize the value that this provides. And go to the next slide. we appreciate the CA bringing in a new concept around critical peak value. Without maybe diving into the specifics of how that value is calculated, we do see concerns with its, its deployability in the near term. And so, I think recognizing the pragmatic challenges, some of which include a customer that has relatively low load currently on the grid is only receiving bill credits. There may not be any incentive or rationale for them to respond to a critical peak value and to export if they're not going to be compensated for it. There is a lot of challenge about trying to meter to validate performance, et cetera. And so we think it's probably worthwhile to continue the conversation on critical peak value, but it may not be a near-term option for us to address the emergency need. Go to the next slide. Again, I'd like to compliment Vote Solar, Steve Rumshaw, Mark Asano, Chris Lau, and Yo, all sort of for their efforts to get to the point where we sort of seem to have a lot of agreement on valuation. And so, we are using some pretty comparable numbers. But if we can go to the next slide, please. One of the things that we do have, though, even though we have, I think, some similar numbers, is that, we are not, a lot of the proposals we are not necessarily looking at the value of new generation, but instead are really looking at only the arbitrage value, essentially, shifting load away from peak instead of just sort of looking at the overall load reduction. And so, for example, in the scheduled dispatch proposal, if a customer adds on new PV generation and shifts that away from load, it is essentially similar to the DER freeze case and should be considered as well. In addition, also, again, what we're talking about is an emergency system reliability need, which should have inherent value itself. We're not simply just reducing fuel consumption at peak. We are also looking at what services are needed to address emergency reliability. Again, there's additional values there, including things that Resolve doesn't look at, including distribution, transmission, land availability, et cetera. And so just trying to recognize as we're calculating value, we're getting some good numbers and some general direction, but you also have to recognize that there's additional value there that may not be exactly captured. And I apologize, this bullet may be a little too harsh, but trying to characterize self-consumption, which is essentially customers no longer purchasing the full retail rate that they did before as a cost, is problematic. And it really does sort of pull away from using load or demand side flexibility, because anytime someone reduces load, it is essentially going to be some level of self-consumption or reduction. And it cannot be treated as a cost in trying to come up with the final valuation is going to be. Particularly with NIM, where a lot of these customers are already offsetting load and self-consuming to the extent during the day. Shifting that to night isn't necessarily seeing more self-consumption. It is simply going to be shifting it to the peak period when we need it the most. Go to the next slide. Another component here, which I think is fairly important, is that we are trying to figure out how to address the emergency need. One of the questions that has to be asked is what is going to drive market adoption? So this is a quote from Brian Gold's declaration, particularly with scheduled dispatch, where essentially we're asking a customer to put on a battery and to essentially allow it to be used for meeting the grid needs, where there isn't necessarily a lot of value for that customer in having that battery used in that way. It is going to be really important to try to minimize the cost that the customer has to bear. If we are shifting a lot of cost on the DR customer for something inherent that doesn't provide a lot of value, then we're not going to see a lot of market adoption. And so part of it is trying to say, how do we try to minimize the upfront cost to the customer and try to look for other ways to incentivize them to move forward? And again, that's part of the reason why we proposed allowing them to add additional generation as sort of a, relatively speaking, low cost mechanism to encourage them to move forward. Next slide, please. So this presentation really has been focused on the emergency reliability need, but I do think it's important to also talk about the tariff transition as something that could cause significant market disruption. The requirement of moving customers from one tariff to another could be hugely problematic. So for example, if a customer doesn't have a battery and has moved onto a tariff that fundamentally requires them to have a battery, you're going to create a lot of cost on that new customer. You're going to have a lot of problems where the market has to suddenly start trying to react or respond to this, and significantly creating customer confusion. So I think it really is worthwhile noting, the importance of getting this element right, and in part why I think the DER parties and the consumer advocate, I think, both sort of recognize the fact that you should give some reasonable grandfathering period, and sort of try to create an encouragement for customers to adopt onto new tariffs, as it makes sense. Covered a lot. If you don't mind, I would like to respond to one question that Yo, I think, posed, which is essentially what would be the obligation for a DER customer to participate. We did specifically propose that customers can opt in or commit a certain KWH level into programs. So the idea is, if they want to leave some KWH for their own backup purposes, they can. They just won't be compensated for that amount. So the commitment, for example, in a BYOD level 1, if they commit 10 kWh, that 10 kWh has to be load following through the whole system period. And that's essentially load that would be taken off the grid as a customer's, has it. So that's sort of where we're focusing the commitment. Hopefully that helps. Sorry, final slide is a Mahalo slide, obviously available for any questions if people have some now, or we can do it later.
Thank you, Robert. Thank you, everyone, actually, for being so timely thus far. Since Yo had those remaining 3 minutes and you were right at your 15, we do have 3 minutes worth if anybody has questions right now. We'll still be on track. So if there's any questions at this point. Okay, hearing none, we'll transition to the consumer advocates presentation. Thanks, Pete. And whomever from the CA's office will be speaking, you're welcome to your presentation.
Thank you, Rachel. Thank you, Pete. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Chair Griffin, Commissioner Potter, Commission staff, and DER stakeholders. It has been a journey. And on behalf of the Consumer Advocate, thank you for the opportunity to present today. Next slide, please. So this was just pulled from the agenda today, but I did want to note that we believe the Consumer Advocate's proposal is consistent with the Commission's objectives to simplify DER grid service compensation, ensure compensation is available for both energy exports and grid services, and that we support a transition plan that promotes market stability and minimizes customer confusion. We've offered, as part of our long-term DER proposals, a basic export-only program as well as advanced programs that reflect varying degrees of compensation for the provision of exports and grid services. Next slide, please. As it pertains to the Commission's emergency DR guidance, based on the results of the HNEI and Telos presentation and working group discussions, and the Commission's guidance that a BYOD program should be stood up by June 2022, we focused on trying to identify and understand what resources could be brought to bear quickly, and in particular to address the evening peak. Next slide, please. To that end, and as we've mentioned in prior meetings, the Consumer Advocate supports a portfolio approach that places all viable options on the table for discussion, including new DER programs, the modification and expansion of existing DER programs, legacy DER programs and procurement options, and Hawaii energy efficiency, and grid service programs. To encourage transparency and ensure that all reasonable solutions are considered, the Consumer Advocate believes it is important to understand time to deploy or scale, the potential capacity available or targeted for each option, the availability of the resource to provide the identified needs, and of course, the expected cost of the resource. The Consumer Advocate believes that bill impacts to consumers for the different options should be considered and understood. And finally, the consumer advocate notes that utilizing a portfolio approach can also mitigate risk to the extent that one or more solutions doesn't materialize as expected. We've not placed all our eggs in one basket. And I also wanted to note, based on the final proposals, I think it's clear that all of the parties have put considerable work into understanding how a BYOD type of program might be structured and priced. And both Yo and Robert have mentioned there is consensus or a lot of agreement, I think, around some elements of a basic BYOD type of program. But we also believe that more information is necessary on the costs and availabilities of other resources that could be brought to bear. Next slide, please. Regarding legacy DR, we noted that Hawaiian Electric provided some information on the expected costs associated with enrolling an additional 2.5 megawatts of fast DR capacity, as well as expanding the fast DR program by 5 megawatts. Hawaiian Electric indicated that depending on how quickly it could perform additional RFPs and select a vendor, fast DR could contribute to near-term emergency DR needs. And regarding its grid services purchase agreements, Hawaiian Electric also indicated that it's planning to initiate discussions with aggregators regarding a clause that would allow for a 20% increase in target megawatts, and that it also has a 60 megawatt grid services RFP pending before the Commission. Next slide, please. The consumer advocate believes energy efficiency should be considered. We remain in discussions with Hawaii Energy about what existing programs could be easily expanded, whether there are measures that previously did not make the cut due to budget constraints, but could be quickly deployed, as well as what programs could provide grid support. And I'll defer, I'm not sure where this might be covered in the discussion today. I did see, I think, folks on from Hawaii Energy, but in our initial discussions, I think their thoughts included prioritizing load with highest peak demands, including residential water heating and lighting and commercial HVAC, for example, in the hospitality sector. And Hawaii Energy had also indicated that with additional funding, free appliances for qualifying affordability and accessibility customers could be considered, and that they were also working on energy optimization initiatives that would utilize storage to reduce customers' peak demands. Next slide, please. Regarding new DER programs that could help provide emergency DER, the consumer advocate proposes 3 that are also aligned with its long-term DER program proposals. The first is an export-only program with time-varying compensation, including, as has been raised, a critical peak value rate for exports provided during extremely high peak hours. The second and third are BYOD types of programs where an upfront payment is provided for a 10-year commitment to provide a 2-hour scheduled dispatch. Next slide, please. All of these options are based on the marginal value that distributed resources are expected to provide. And to assess the marginal value of DERs, our office worked with Synapse Energy Economics. Synapse compared Hawaiian Electric's 2025 forecast to a case with DERs fixed at their 2021 levels and estimated the cost that would be avoided with the addition of DERs. Synapse's modeling was able to capture energy, capacity, and some system-level ancillary services. It does not include locational values. And I'm going to go through at a high level how these results were used, but Asa is also here today from Synapse and can speak in more detail to the modeling and some of the assumptions. So Synapse calculated the marginal value of DERs by month and by hour, and used this information to derive midday, evening peak, and all other hours windows. Synapse's analysis also identified that the highest avoided cost hours tended to be during evening peaks between July and October, and these trends informed our proposal for time of delivery export rates. Synapse also developed a critical peak rate, which assigned half of capacity costs to the hours where load is 95% or more of the peak load. Although it's our understanding that this rate is relatively novel, It follows the same rationale as in critical peak pricing on the rate design side by allowing the utility to provide a higher compensation during target hours in which load and thus costs are particularly high. We understand that concerns have been raised about its calculation and what would be required for implementation. And we are totally open to having sort of those discussions about what the requirements would be and whether this is feasible to address near-term DR concerns. But I just want to emphasize that we thought this would be a relatively direct way to address serving somewhat high unexpected or unexpected high cost hours. Next slide, please. So this is an illustration of the average hourly export values. This does not include critical peak hours. If they were included, Asa can correct me, I think the primary impact would be to increase the value associated with the summer peak, those July through October.
Yeah, where there's a dip in hour 20 in July for October, if the critical peak hours were in there, that would go up a little bit and down instead of down a little bit and back up again. But they're all in that hour 20, or almost all in that hour 20 window.
Okay, thank you, Asa. Next slide, please. So based on the trends in export values, the following illustrates the consumer advocate's proposed time of delivery rates, with the lowest rate, the midday rate, occurring between 11 a.m. and 2 p.m., and the highest rate, or evening peak rate, occurring between 6 p.m. and 10 p.m. We also propose a higher export rate during the July through October months to reflect the costs associated with serving the high peak loads during those months. Next slide, please. Export compensation rates, including the critical peak value rates, are shown in this table. These rates are technology agnostic. And I did want to note, others have noted that these rates do not include 20 or, as I mentioned earlier, the modeling is based on year 2025. So we did not explicitly model 2022 and 2023, and in particular, sort of the modeling associated with the near term, addressing the near term emergency DR needs. And so these our results don't reflect those values, but those could be incorporated. I think it would be fairly straightforward to incorporate those into these rates. Next slide, please. So in addition to a time-varying export rate that provides greater incentives to export during the evening peak and during extremely high peak hours, the consumer advocate also proposes 2 BYOD programs that could address emergency DR needs. Scheduled operation and scheduled operation with CPV programs would provide upfront compensation for a 10-year commitment to provide 2 hours of scheduled dispatch with penalties assessed for non-performance. Customers could enroll in either program now and then later upgrade to participating in the full utility dispatchable operation program, which would provide greater compensation for utility-controlled operation of the resource, in other words, remote dispatch. The program would be open to all customers, including current DER customers, but storage-specific monitoring would be required to monitor and verify system performance. Next slide, please. So similar to the time of delivery rates, these values were also done based on the analysis for our long-term program track proposals. And so they don't reflect the incremental value that might be associated with addressing emergency DR. Again, I think it would be fairly straightforward if we could isolate that premium to add that to the compensation. Scheduled operation is, as has been noted, is similar to Hawaiian Electric's BYOD proposals, but with a somewhat different compensation structure. Ours focuses on upfront payment, whereas Hawaiian Electric looks at a combination of upfront payment and then monthly payments, I think, once the system can be remotely dispatched. And this is also similar to the DER party scheduled dispatch option, but I think with a different valuation. Scheduled operation with critical peak value provides an upfront payment assuming no response to CPV hours, but allows additional payments each time a system responds to a CPV event. Again, the thought was that including a CPV option would allow the utility to call on the resource for unexpected peak or high cost hours. And then finally, the full utility dispatchable operation would require communications for utility dispatch and control. And so it wasn't clear to us that this was available to address near-term emergency DR needs. It is similar to Hawaiian Electric's BYOD option with remote dispatchability, as well as I think the DER party's BYOD level 2 option. Next slide, please. We continue to support the exploration of a rooftop rental program, which would allow the utility to rent space on customers' roofs and host a dispatchable system. We understand that Hawaiian Electric is continuing to investigate the feasibility of this option, and we anticipate that additional information will be available by June 4th. Next slide, please. And as it pertains to existing DER programs, we think modifying or expanding, modernizing programs should be on the table. Working group discussions had focused around potentially expanding NEM as well as targeting programs for NEM customers. The consumer advocate recognizes the popularity of NEM and the breadth of the NEM base. We do think that NEM itself is not a sustainable program, and that steps to reopen or expand the NEM program would be steps backward, contrary to the Commission's objective to develop long-term and sustainable DER programs. Now that said, and given the urgency at hand, we recognize that it may be necessary to consider providing storage opportunities for NEM customers to offset their evening peak loads. And as such, an option would be to allow customers, including NEM customers, as well as those on other DER programs, to install a battery, which would be enrolled in scheduled operations or scheduled operations with CPV. And to the extent that additional exports are quickly needed, again, we would favor the expansion of CGS or one of the other DER export programs over potentially increasing the export capacity of the NEM program. These export programs would ultimately transition to time of delivery with CPV rates. Next slide, please. So in sum, the consumer advocate believes all options should be considered to address near-term emergency DR needs. Before making decisions, we should understand at least the following from the resources discussed today. How long will it take to deploy or scale? How much capacity will be made available? Will the resource be available to provide the desired services? And what will it cost? And from the consumer standpoint, if there are multiple ways to address emergency DR needs, how will they affect my bill? With respect to long-term DER programs, the consumer advocate believes its proposed programs provide a range of options for prosumers that are relatively simple and also sustainable to the extent that they're based on forecasted system needs and costs. And with that, thank you very much. I doubt that there's any extra time, but if there is extra time, I would defer, or if Asa wants to add anything to that presentation.
Happy to answer questions. I think there's discussion and such, but I won't take the time now.
Thank you, Rain and Asa. Our scheduled time for the EDR or Emergency Demand Response Program is about 9:55. So we're at 9:45 now. If there are brief questions about the presentations thus far, those can be posed now. But if not, we can launch into the riveting dialogue for emergency demand response.
Before we launch, Rachel, I'd just like to briefly mention that we do have Ed Smelhoff from Vote Solar on, and I believe he's only here with us for the first hour or so, maybe a little bit more. And so if there's any specific questions on valuation or something that he can help with, just want to make sure those questions are up front. Thank you.
Thank you, Rob.
I had
Okay.
a quick question for the consumer advocate. You provided some value numbers, some of them, for example, dollars per kilowatt for some of the different forms for the emergency programs. Those dollars per kilowatt, is that based on some avoided resource value? And just really briefly, is that an avoided cost type thing for something like a battery, or can you explain what that number means?
Sure. I'm happy to take that, Reen. First of all, I haven't actually introduced myself to most of you all before. I'm Asa Hopkins. I work for Synapse Energy Economics, sort of a long-time listener, first-time caller kind of thing going on here. So a pleasure to have a chance to actually talk with you all. So those are you could just as well think of those as dollar per kilowatt hour, as has been presented in like the DER party's presentation. Imagine those are calculated for a 2-hour battery, so divide by 2 and you get the dollars per kilowatt hour payment. They're calculated by it's largely an arbitrage value on that marginal hourly cost. So if the battery were to charge in the midday trough and discharge with losses in the evening peak, what is the net system value that comes from that marginal change in load? And you just basically just add up that value over every year, over 10 years, present value back, and get a single upfront payment. It's not referenced to any particular avoided resource, or it's sort of it takes the system as a whole and looks at the marginal value of shifting load, basically.
Thank you.
I just want to make a note, if I could, looking at the values that are proposed for different programs, developed by different people running different models. The fact that they're actually, at least for all of the BYOD type models, look like they're within about 10% of each other, expressed sometimes in different units. As someone who's seen a lot of different quantitative analyses done by lots of different people, the idea that 3 different organizations could run 3 different models doing 3 different kinds of things and come up with numbers that are all actually as consistent with each other as that. Now, maybe that's coincidence, but it struck me and I thought it was worth mentioning.
Thank you for that mention, Asa, and welcome, longtime listener, first-time caller. I like that phrasing. I'm an NPR fan, so that feels very NPR-ish. Thank you. Chair Griffin has some comments, and the commissioners have questions as well. And so I'd like to provide the opportunity to Chair Griffin to address the group, and then Commissioner Potter will have some questions, as well as Chair Griffin, to start off our emergency demand response discussion. Chair Griffin?
Thanks, Rachel. I think Reen summed it up well. She said it had been a long adventure to get to here. And then we've added a sprint in the last 6 weeks. So I want to thank all of you for persevering through the long road and the hill at the end. I think you've given us a lot, very valuable contributions to sort through in our decision making, as we've talked through in the past. We will look to make decisions on particularly the near-term proposals. So we thank you for all the contributions, and we really have seen, I think the word synergy was used by a few of you. Things have come together in the end. So I want to applaud all of you for that work. We've got some questions, but just want to thank everyone here for the time and effort put in to help the commission in our decision making. I'll let Commissioner Potter go first. I have a few more probably follow-up questions too, but just want to express our appreciation from the commission side.
Ditto on what Jay just said. So, and thank you. Yeah, thank you all so much for coming to the supplemental meeting and your excellent proposals. They've been inspiring. I'm really excited to see about what we can develop over the next couple of weeks and get launched in quick order. We certainly do want to see this on an expedited time frame, and so the commission is responding in kind. This has become, raised to the one of the high priority items for us here at the commission. I have a few just clarifying questions. It kind of goes to both HECO and to the DER parties to begin with, but I'm going to frame this as a bring your own device level 1, so scheduled charging or scheduled discharge. And this is, what was recognized and called out by HECO was that, this is a 5-hour window, and yet we're looking at 2-hour batteries that are able to provide, and granted, they can provide less capacity, spread across a longer period of time. But has there been any thought or interest in potentially staggering the commitment in order to, so it would be like a 5 to 7 commitment for this customer, and then a 7 to 9 commitment for that type of customer, and 8 to 10 for the next customer, in order for there to be sort of a cumulative, quantitative, measurable estimate, or for HECO to rely upon in these programs. I think that makes it challenging for, to like hit a 50 megawatt goal, but on a longer term type of program, allowing these batteries to export at their 5 kW capacity, and yet do it in a more staggered way, similar to how you'd see a dispatch schedule for air conditioners, for example, where you have a cycle on and cycle off over a 30-minute period. So is that something that is feasible, is something that the parties could collaborate on and think about in terms of a solution to some of the bean counting, for lack of a better?
Sure. Thank you, Commissioner. With regards to scheduled dispatch, which is a commitment to discharge, whether you're serving home load or exporting up to a specified KW, we specifically propose that the utility has the ability to set when that 2-hour period is going to be. So they could create, they could create like a ramp situation where they're just randomizing different start times to make sure they're not all coming on at the same time. Or like you suggested, it could sort of be a 5 to 7, a 6 to 8, etc. And so the idea is we're trying to let the utility have that ability to set that time period. It simply is set at the time that the system is commissioned. So hopefully that could be done in a very simplistic and simple way. We've also put in the ability with reasonable notice for the utility to change that time period. So, complete agreement there. With BYOD level 1, the idea is that the system is load following. So the idea is, Hawaiian Electric, I believe, and I've heard different numbers, assumes an average value of, I think, 3 kW per home. And I think in Resolve, it might be 2.5 kW. So the idea is that load, whenever it occurs, is being self-consumed. And so the idea of a 2-hour battery is a little less relevant. It's more of what is that home load and what is that battery's commitment to serve. So if a customer comes home and starts cooking at 7 p.m., that's when that load is reduced. And so the idea is the battery is set, different than it is today. It is set to primarily charge during the day, and it's not serving home load during the day, and it's being set or reserved to be available during that system peak, which can be broader than 2 hours, right? Because the system isn't being set to export, it's being served to focus on home load and to consistently reduce that home load, even during, right now, for example, a battery could be drained by 4 p.m. and do nothing to help a system peak. And so that's why this is really focused on that load reduction and trying to do it in a consistent manner.
Okay. Thank you. Go ahead.
No, that was all. Thank you.
Okay. I guess I heard the reverb on my side. So thank you for that clarification. I guess I didn't pick that up in the proposal, that it was actually a self-supply type of load reduction. So that does help clarify why that 5-hour period could be more beneficial to the system rather than trying to sort of stagger. Because yes, I see in the scheduled dispatch, that might be an appropriate approach for the companies to kind of stagger the dispatch of those items, but I didn't know if necessarily over that 5-hour that would be, as ideal as they mentioned. So I think that's a helpful clarification for all of us. Thank you. My next question, and this is definitely for you, Robert, is What about existing battery customers that already have batteries installed? I know we have the GSPA with the aggregators. Is there confidence that they will pick up those customers, or do we need to have a different type of rider that would encourage and incentivize those customers, and a contractor for that matter, to go back out to these customers and essentially recruit them into this type of program? I feel like we kind of left that population off the table during their discussions and haven't seen a proposal to that effect. And so is it the DER party's sort of expectation that that customer group with the existing batteries would be captured with the aggregator model?
It is a great question, Commissioner, and it's probably one we haven't given enough thought. I mean, yes, obviously that's a ripe population for both the GSPA and opting into BYOD level 2, you know, with the remote dispatchability capability as that comes online. I guess part of the challenge is the value we are seeing, particularly like the DER freeze case, is for it's assuming all those DER systems are already in operation. And so, you know, the question would be is if they're already operating to some extent, you know, like what is the value of enrolling them in this program with more certainty, visibility, or dispatchability? It is a good question. I'm sorry if I don't have a perfect answer for it at this time. Perhaps somebody else, if they have thoughts. I mean, there's nothing here that would stop them, for example, adding an additional battery. And that particularly in a situation where they have additional load that's not being served, or if the battery is not, you know, fully meeting needs, the opportunity could be interesting or a good proposition for that customer. So plainly, there's a couple different routes that they could opt into currently. GSPA opting in with additional battery, or opting BYOD level 2 later. But perhaps more thought can be thought about how to be a little more aggressive.
Okay, great. That's helpful. Thank you. Excellent. So I heard a little bit of discussion from HECO and the CA and the DER parties, and not just heard it, but read it, about the opt-in to the future programs versus just a transition. I have a little bit of concern. I want to kind of think this through with you all. You know, the scheduled dispatch program is really intended to be a 2-year program to meet what is a deficiency in the near term. And the value of that scheduled dispatch decreases after we see additional renewables come online. So it seems that it would be more useful to have those become dispatchable, this grid service type resources, and to notify them in advance that they would be transitioned after a 2-year period to complete their 8-year of their 10-year commitment into another program. And I know you've reiterated, and the DER parties have reiterated, as well as the CA, the importance of having clear and consistent program offerings. Is there a real sense that we would not be able to make that an automatic transition because it would be confusing to the customer? Or is that something just for simplicity's sake of the design? I mean, I want to make sure that we're matching what we need, the grid needs over the next couple of years, with, you know, what is necessary on the system. And over time, that's going to change as the resource mix on the grid changes. So can we, you know, can we harmonize essentially kind of HECO's position on that and the CA and the DER parties, or is there a real firm like line in the sand that's drawn there that says, you know, we need to just really keep this opt-in because this experience has told us that this is how it needs to be?
Thank you, Commissioner. I mean, so we did specifically state that the customers have the option to either stay in scheduled dispatch, which still reducing peak has, you know, concrete value, or more likely, and what we suspect most customers would do, is opt into the BYOD level 1. And I think we can even make that a requirement to opt into BYOD level 1. Just, I think the main concern was there may be some logistical challenge of trying to implement that in a quick fashion. Again, the economics incentivize the customer to opt into BYOD level 1. So the option is 99% of customers will do that, but we can allow them to do it on their schedule. The concern about opting into BYOD level 2, and we really do want people to opt into sort of a remote dispatchable system, which will provide more value over the long term, is that since we haven't defined what those standards are yet, it's hard to commit a customer today in something that hasn't yet been defined. We really do want it to happen. In addition, some of the emergency services we propose, like a load build, the battery may have full remote dispatchability and be available, but we may not be able to, for example, shut off a NEM system if it has an older inverter or older system. And so there may be some aspects of a BYOD level 2 that they may not be able to fully do. And so they may sort of be a partial sign up or a partial move into. We tried to define BYOD level 2 as much as we could. And I think it was exactly for this reason. We want to sort of create as many of the foundational elements of it, recognizing, there's still going to be more filler that needs to be done. But again, it would just be hard to sign a customer up today saying you must sign up in 2 years to something we haven't even created yet. And I think that sort of was the fundamental challenge. What we really do hope, though, is we don't want to deploy 50 megawatts of batteries, for example, and not have it remote dispatchable in the future. And I think the intent is that you're going to see, all those customers signing up for it in the future. It's hard to get a customer to commit to it today without having certainty of what it's going to look like.
All of that, and really quickly adding on, I think the DER part has made very clear that BYOD, we're contemplating it as an additional layer, right, an additional value. So not only are there implementation details and all that need to be figured out, but then this would be another sort of add-on rider, once we get that program going.
A rider to their existing DER tariff, which could be one of these more sophisticated DER programs that are being proposed. Is that what you're thinking? Or okay.
Yeah. So think of these as stages or layers. The near term is scheduled dispatch, and then, like Robert said, probably the incentive, although we want to give the customer the option, on their own timing, to migrate to BYOD 1. And so that, would be sort of the transition after 2 years. And then BYOD 2, once you figure out the remote dispatch details, that would be yet another layer. That would be additional compensation once you figure out the value of that and all the implementation.
So really kind of a value stacking, if you will. Yeah. Okay.
Exactly.
Yep. Okay. Thank you.
The commitment to BYOD level 2 would be communications. It'd be visibility into how the system's operating. It would provide certainty to the utility of knowing what the resource looks like, and then the ability to call upon it for emergency services. So, all those things are things that we want these new systems to be able to do. Just again, I think it's hard to make that a firm commitment. And in addition, it should be an additional value. And I think, for example, Hong Electric has recognized that in sort of a per month value of maintaining those communications and visibility.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. That's very helpful. I know Jay's going to ask that question. So, so I guess HECO is the only company or the only party that proposed DER for commercial customers, which I think could be a very important component of getting to our 50 megawatt gap right now. Is there any thoughts from the DER parties or the CA on why the focus has been solely on residential customers? Or
I don't think we were focused just on residential, but I don't think we elaborated the expansion to commercial. So there's no opposition here whatsoever on that idea.
Okay.
And
How about the CA?
Yeah, and similarly, I don't think we were restricting, or we didn't intend to restrict our proposals to residential only. And in fact, if we are trying to line up quickly a large amount of capacity going to targeted commercial customers seems to be an efficient way to start.
Agreed. Excellent. Thank you, Ren. I appreciate that. Okay, and then this comes back to, I think Okay, so yeah, two more questions and then I'm done. So the proposals, the difference, the CA provided incentive levels at KW. This has been discussed, and then the other parties presented them as KWH incentives. And I actually have never seen KWH incentives. And what I will first say is it ultimately results in a higher incentive payment for installation of these batteries, of course. And any PV systems or anything that might go in to deliver this capacity at say 10 kWh over a 2-year period or two-hour period, which is a larger payment than depending on the proposal of 750 per kW versus 750 per kWh. Can the DER parties and HECO explain why they chose to use KWH as the metric for the incentive rather than KW?
I can go first. Hello, Commissioner Potter. Our proposal is actually KW. We did not use KWH, so $500 per KW. We agree with your assessment. KWH is difficult to do. The origin is KWH. Mark Asano's team gives us all the analysis on that and spits out a KW number for us. So that's what we did for our assessment. The synergy that we saw, almost a coincident level, CA's proposal is the only one that actually valued for the 2 years of need. And the DER parties and us, we did battery is worth 10 years. What value can we stretch? And we got that $60 million. So there's a choice to be made here, right? Do we want to fix and cap the value for the value of the 2 years and leave it at that and let's figure out from there on? Or to Rob's point, where our purchase, the customer is making that investment, there's going to be the 10 years. What can we do? That value is there here, and we agree that remote dispatch pathway is a key pathway to that.
Yeah, I apologize. I think we're the ones who did the KWH. I think for BYOD level 1, it makes a lot of sense in that a customer's load is going to be erratic, and so there is a commitment to have a certain amount of battery capacity available. So if they plug an electric vehicle at 6 p.m., that spiky KW is being served behind the meter with a KWH commitment. And when the battery capacity is drained, essentially, that's the end of the commitment. So the idea is trying to serve, and see, it's harder to express that in a KW, for example. And then because we did our resolve analysis using batteries and using all essentially KWH, we try to stay consistent throughout using KWH. But again, for scheduled dispatch, it should essentially be the same. And I think somebody else referenced this. It is essentially a KW commitment for 2 hours. So if it's a 5 kW commitment for 2 hours, it's a 10 kWh. Okay, so hopefully the math isn't too hard. And again, just for consistency's sake, we stuck with KWH. Steve, I don't know if there's anything else you want to add in on that, or
no, I don't really think so. I mean, it's different with how we were looking at the battery capacity within HECO's forecast, how you allocate that impact. So if we were solely focused on a 2-hour period, yes, we could be in KW, but there's a little bit of variation in the proposal with how customers may participate, and looking at how you would structure a potential incentive of the battery capacity that's going to be available. It seemed like a reasonable way of communicating. Yes, I agree. It's a little different. You typically see a KW commitment, but it just we struggled with this a little bit on how to properly assess this, and in the end we stuck with kilowatt hour, but it can clearly be framed in KW as we've been discussing.
I think the overall.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Yeah, really quick. I think the overall intent is that we're ending up in the same place. I mean, the intent certainly was not to arrive at a higher number because we're expressing in KWHs. It's just the way you look at it, kind of thing.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. I appreciate the clarification because that's we're like Any other thoughts on that one?
If I could just step in for it with a quick clarification. The analysis for the DCA's proposal is a 10-year valuation. It's the same general structure as was done by the other parties. there's nothing particular about the 2-year first piece to the analysis or to the proposal. In fact, other than making clear that actually being explicit that we're looking at a 10-year value and are not counting any additional value that might be reflected in avoiding particular near-term costs that might end up needing to be additional to that 10-year value in order for it to be a cost-reflective set of compensation.
Thank you for that clarification. That's great, because I am happy to hear that it was 10 years. That's what I thought it was as well. So perfect, great. One last question. I am very interested in particular in the DER party's proposal for BYOD level 1 program about including, and actually all of the programs, of including more of an integrated demand side management approach of offering energy efficiency rebates at the time that you go out and you touch the customer for X, Y, and Z. So here's a suite of other options and rebates associated with that you can receive through Hawaii Energy. Is there an opportunity that you see for that kind of integration in this approach, so that we could not only, to the CA's point, the energy efficiency has an excellent opportunity to provide the grid services, and so can we somehow integrate those efforts with the contractors in particular, that to basically encourage the customers to adopt these types of measures, smart thermostats, grid integrated water heaters, things that could potentially lower their electric bill, right size their PV system, and also allow them to export more on the grid, in particular for the first 2 years or in the long run. So
I think there are a number of those programs that go on already, and Caroline can talk about that. I am familiar specifically with,
shifted energy.
Well, shifted energy, but for example, my company has a relationship where we actually do a number of energy efficiency packages, as a part of doing the PV, and have had a really collaborative and great relationship with Hawaii Energy in that regard. Giving essentially LEDs. At the time, essentially trying to look for opportunities to encourage the energy efficiency simultaneously. And I think there is a great opportunity to expand upon those programs and education. I guess the one flag that I would kind of raise is experience in California directly. You don't necessarily want to make it a requirement to do those too much on the energy efficiency, because if you're telling a customer, hey, you have to make an appointment with that contractor and that contractor and that contractor, at some point the consumer says, that sounds too complicated, and they
Right.
pull out. So I think really trying to encourage, hey, there's a chance to also get these added things at the same time, really sort of makes the whole thing seem more attractive. And again, a good opportunity to sort of maximize the benefit to the grid, reduce energy efficiency, and to the customer all at the same time.
And Robert, do you have a sense that contractors are taking up that option and that are supporting and actually doing that, or is that something that they would need to be incentivized to do?
I would probably let Hawaii Energy, I think they're talking later, maybe answer that more directly, but I have hundreds of photos of happy customers with their Hawaii Energy bundle, which includes reduced, a shower head that uses less water with a number of, plugs that are smart, et cetera, right? And so, it happens actively now, and hopefully we can do more of it.
Great. I'm glad to hear that it can be a selling point to some of these as well, a benefit in addition to, and that's awesome. Great. Okay, thank you so much. Yes.
Yeah, this is Chris.
Hi, Chris.
Bowen, hi. Just to add on to that, from a contractor's perspective, Robert mentioned that bundle box. We also do that with Hawaii Energy, just as a more educational piece. So giving this to the customers for them to be educated on how else now they have renewable energy, and they can learn about other ways to save inside their home, because a driving factor is to reduce their electric bill, right? So that's right. We're a component of that. But to some of your other comments, there's a lot of solar water systems that first of all, contractors install and that are already on homes. It's one of the highest states with solar thermal and now solar photovoltaic systems that really don't make the water heater dispatchability as effective, because it's basically the load is already being served by solar purposes. So adding a control device to a solar or to a home with a solar water system already it just doesn't help a lot. So we come into that a lot. And then very few homes have thermostats. Most people have the little wireless device to turn on their split ACs, and there's just no thermostat. So yeah, challenges. Yeah,
I believe it. Thank you, Chris, so much for that insight. That's very helpful. I agree. The solar hot water heating, yep, and the lack of central air in Hawaii, it does make a challenge. I remember Yo saying, we're not going to be able to build a DR program off of smart thermostats. It's just not going to happen. We just don't have, the resources out there. So that's stuck with me, but it's still something to think of. All right. So at any rate, with that, anybody else have any thoughts they want to add to that? Anything from HECO you guys want to impart, or? We're good? All right. Chair, I'll turn it back to you. Thank you for the opportunity to ask questions, everyone.
Great. Thanks, Commissioner. I have a few questions. I did want to follow up on, I think this is for Robert. And the DER parties. Again, the follow-up on the pricing in KWH. So you're saying, like I'm understanding that you're viewing the offering is basically interchangeable between KW and KWH. It's a certain amount of committed KW over 2 hours. So just for example, 5 KW, 10 KWH is kind of the thought process. But if the way the incentive structure has been proposed under KWH, we're going to end up paying more, if I understand it right. Or at least when I look at your proposal versus what the CA has and when they've priced it in KW terms. Sure. I guess maybe another way to ask this is, do you guys have a corresponding KW incentive structure that would make it more comparable to the 2 other proposals?
Sorry, thank you, Commissioner. So with scheduled dispatch, the KWH and KW are pretty interrelatable. So the commitment as we proposed it is a KW for 2 hours. And then, that would be also corresponding to your KWH. So we've used that example, and that makes sense. Our valuation, to be clear, is higher for scheduled dispatch. And part of that rationale, and I think we walked through it in the brief, is it's not just the arbitrage value that we're accounting for. It's also the potential of customers to add additional PV, which in their DR freeze case has its own specific KW value, or again, KWH, how you extract it from it. And then we're also basically saying that the emergency reliability should also be a value as well, right? I mean, it's not just simply arbitrage, but there is some near-term emergency reliability value that should be added on. So again, we are talking about different numbers and what the value is going to be. And it has nothing to do with the KWH. It's just basically saying higher value. And then finally, we are kind of emphasizing for scheduled dispatch to encourage customers to add a battery and have it, essentially fully charged and fully discharged on a daily basis. You're gonna have to look at what's going to incentivize the market. And again, basically saying if you're making customers pay out of pocket to do that, you're not going to see a ton of uptake. With regards to the BYOD level 1, again, the KWH is just because it's not like customers have a consistent 3 kW load all the time. We can average that, and across many, that's a very fair statement. But it'd be hard to make that a commitment. What happens when they have 5 kW of load? Do they not serve the additional 2 kW? So again, that's why it's phrased in a KWH commitment that the battery would offset. But again, the distinction between KW and KWH shouldn't be a difference by itself. But again, to be clear, we are proposing there is a stacking of value that should happen for scheduled dispatch. That I don't know if the other parties are recognizing.
Yeah. If I can expand on everything Robert said, which I totally agree with, and just to clarify, because there seems to be a little bit of ambiguity here. I just want to make clear, if it's not already, based on what Robert explained, that yes, there is synergy, there is alignment between the parties' proposals to a certain point. But the DR parties are going further in various ways than what the HECO companies and the CA are proposing. And the two main things that Robert highlighted, and I would just like to reiterate because it's really important, is with regards to scheduled dispatch. Again, this is focused on adding more capacity, whether it's batteries and sometimes maybe existing additional solar capacity to already existing customers, likely NEM customers, okay? With regards to that option, which all three parties have proposed in some form, the DER parties are proposing a higher incentive level, right? That should be clear. And it's because what Robert described in terms of just looking at the short run arbitrage values is really only looking at a slice of the total value pie here. And that's what DR parties are trying to account for, the larger value for the scheduled dispatch option, and recognizing that these resolve arbitrage values are just a bare minimum look. And then you're looking at the emergency values for the next 2 years, which the CA has emphasized they haven't quantified. And then you're also looking at what is necessary to move the market for these existing customers to add that additional capacity, et cetera. So that's scheduled dispatch. And then equally important to highlight is that the DR parties have gone a step further on this BYOD1 option, which is targeted more at new installations for new customers. And that unambiguously has tons of value on the table for new customers to bring that value to the grid over the long term, 2 years and then some, just by virtue of that load following peak load reduction service. As passive as it is, Resolve is showing that there's true value there for the 2 years and beyond. That option hasn't been proposed by the other two parties, but we wanted to emphasize that it is a real valuable option that we should get going in the near term as well.
Thanks, Isaac and Robert. I'm going to take a turn here, and it's a turn to the southeast. What I mean by that, the commission asked for proposals focused on Oahu. But in the course of these discussions, we've also highlighted reliability concerns on Maui, particularly in the near term. Hawaiian Electric has, to their credit, in their briefing to the commission a few weeks ago, talked about a 30 megawatt project program on Maui. So I think my interest here is to understand how much of this is readily adoptable in the near term on Maui also. So I think we'll start there. And then two, I was encouraged by the DER party's comments on the use of the BYOD2 program on Molokai, understanding that these are more extensive requirements. But again, what sort of time? I mean, that seems like a right opportunity to address that, the reliability, the continued concerns with interconnection there. So two-part question. Maybe I'll start with, I'm not sure if it's Shelley or Yo. The first question on Maui, how much or how soon can we see details on proposal there?
Hello, Chair Griffin. So for Maui 30 megawatts, we received an IR, and I apologize, I'm not sure if we filed it already. So if it's not, it will be a little bit of a preview. We answered in such a way that this bring your own device / EDR that we are working on Oahu is very much replicatable on Maui, is how we worded, Chair. But we didn't go into details because we're in a proceeding right now, and we were, rather than guessing, Chair, we wanted to seek what approval Oahu will receive for its EDR, and we wanted to basically say, Chair, we would like to commit the very same program with a perhaps a different valuation of some sort, but maybe it's same. That's the type of question that I personally was not sure, but it's definitely the similar type of scheduled dispatch on Maui, Chair.
So no, I appreciate it. And so then you do is kind of wait and see what we determine for Oahu.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay, we can talk. I mean, the reliability analyses highlight problems starting like in a few weeks. So recognizing that it's not going to happen in a few weeks, but if anything, there's much urgency there too to address, you know, what has been presented to us are problems in this year and next year.
Right. In that case, I apologize for overusing the word portfolio. However, while the scheduled dispatch is being planned for, we are approaching the technical coordinators and our customers on Oahu for FastDR and start reopening the discussion. There's nothing that stops us from doing that very same discussion to start gauging our key account management team on Maui to start working on that. So we'll get going with the FastDR angle, Chair Griffin.
Actually, you're prescient. You jumped ahead to the question I wanted to ask you on FastDR. So if you could maybe expand there on what I like, and there's been for a number of people trying to look at expanding readily accessible programs or existing programs. So I know the CA highlighted a number, so which we've also been in discussions with Hawaii Energy, but you could expand more on what your thoughts were with the FastDR programs.
Yes, sir. To be honest, we have always received inquiry from customers that they wanted to jump on FastDR, and we halted because we would tell them, could you please wait until the GSPA aggregators are selected, found, and whatnot, because we wanted to prioritize the aggregators to have the best shot possible in expanding in every arena, residential, small, medium business, and commercial. Plus, our grid services for capacity reduction has been a 4-hour program, so we wanted to focus on commercial entities that could deliver that 4-hour deliveries as well. Fast forward to 2021, the 3 GSPA contracts that we have are highly battery-oriented, highly residential-oriented, and this emergency DR opportunity came by that's a 1 to 2 hour need, so we felt that this is a good opportunity to say, okay, FastDR has a role, has a value, and we can pursue, so we feel comfortable reapproaching to those customers saying that did not have an opportunity to work. Well, actually, 2 actually ended up working with the aggregators, but and those are battery solutions, Chair Griffin. The traditional DRs, the chillers, the water features, those type of compressors, pumps, they're ready to discuss with us. So we will be discussing with them on Oahu actually this week for some of them.
Okay, thank you. Maybe we can shift to my other question on Molokai. I guess hopefully you saw in the DER party's briefings on, you know, the use of that, I think it was the load build option as a way of addressing some of the grid reliability interconnection concerns. There's been a number of pilots on the island that I'm aware of. So I guess any preliminary feedback on how we can use that as an opportunity to, well, I guess what's the feasibility of doing this on Molokai, possibly ahead of other islands?
Chair Griffin, may I ask Colton to respond to? Colton, the question is for Molokai, the DER parties have provided BYOD2 type of approach, remote dispatch, or maybe even BYOD1, where by shifting the generation from daytime to evening time, that should open up some hosting capacity. Is there an opportunity for Molokai to investigate that sooner than the other islands is the question.
Yeah, thank you, Yo, and Chair. Sorry for having to drop off for a while for another call. I did only catch the second half of what you said, so please jump in if I am not responding to your question. But what I gather is, can system hosting capacity issues, which is the limiting factor currently today for Molokai, be addressed through the DR party's proposal? I think there's an opportunity to do so if the proposal is such that the systems that are added, number one, like
was just like you mentioned, exporting back to the system at night or at times other than the daytime the solar day period. That's definitely workable. The issue is to make sure that the system hosting capacity can be increased, is that these systems during the middle of the day does not result in either an export to the grid, obviously during the daytime, or have a net reduction in load during the day, because system hosting capacity is just simply a function of the minimum generation output levels of generators on the system and the net load seen by the grid on the system as well. So if we can either increase net load or reduce generation mins during the daytime, that'll increase system hosting capacity.
Yeah, I guess maybe if I can, I mean, I thought that's exactly what the proposal was anticipating. Maybe if that is a question for Steve or kind of whoever on the DER parties was advocating for that.
Thank you, Chair. I mean, yes, I think there's two elements to the emergency service that we proposed. One was a load build, which functionally would bring the customer's load back onto the grid. And secondly, scheduling of exports. So essentially, exports could be turned off, when there are periods when they're not desired. But the load build was specifically thought of with regards to Molokai. There would have to be agreement, essentially, what are the circumstances under which that load build would be triggered? Again, presumably it can't be every single day. There would have to be certain conditions like, ramping the utilities generation, down as far as it can go kind of circumstance. But I mean, the idea was trying to emphasize the need to move forward with a solution for Molokai, just based on the fact that, we've been talking about it for, years now without really a good solution. So I think that's why we put that in there and really want to try to advocate for it moving quickly for Molokai.
Understood. No, and I think that's the reasoning for the question. I mean, seeing that and trying to pull on that thread some further and understanding it's a more. Sorry?
I'm aggressively agreeing with you, Chair.
Well, it has been long-standing. I think almost as long as I've been at this commission. So the question is, understanding there's more complexity here. Right? Let's take this as foreshadowing that in our upcoming decision that we'll be interested in seeing, how we can advance this concept, particularly on that island, and address those near-term needs. And understanding there's more to work out, but and we're not going to be able to do it here on the call. But that's, I think, a take here. So I guess, Colton, is there? Having reviewed, what do you see are, I guess, the other next steps necessary?
Chair, I think that the sensible next steps is for us to work with the DR parties and others on this concept and sort of flesh out the details of what that would look like, right? I think we've gone a long way to there generically, not generically, but more broadly around programmatic. I think what makes sense is let's have a focused discussion specifically for Molokai, taking the work that's been done thus far on program concepts, and let's build something, sort of hard and specific that can work for that island and the specific island situation.
And just adding, we've been having good meetings, collaborative meetings with the DER stakeholders. So I think that this particular specific proposal hasn't been discussed as a group. So I think that bringing it back within that realm and working it through and problem solving it, I think we can get much closer as we did with these emergency demand response programs.
I do appreciate that, Shelley. Again, just to note, Lonnie has helped coordinate meetings specifically to talk about this already, for Molokai. So we've had some initial discussions, and I hope that we can continue to do more to sort of try to address this. We do have email correspondence going back, 6 years, bringing this up, every, probably year or so. And so I think the maybe push in the brief is just sort of recognizing that we've had a lot of discussions, and the hope is to start trying to move towards solutions.
Well, it looks like we have impetus now, but I think the ultimate answer can't be a slam door in the customer's face. So I mean, I think with renewed focus, we can move forward on this.
So I just
Hi,
to,
everyone.
oh, sorry, who did it?
Sorry,
go
Chair.
ahead. No, go ahead, please.
So I was just going to add that we're happy to facilitate more meetings to discuss this. But in the meantime, Molokai customers still have a path forward. They can still apply for CGS Plus, and we're accepting those applications.
Sorry, Lonnie. The last conversation we had with, it seemed like the understanding of CGS Plus with the MECO engineers, they understood CGS Plus actually shut the system off during the day. And it seemed like the conversation that we had on the phone was that you wouldn't be accepting CGS Plus moving forward because CGS Plus is still serving load during the middle of the day. And I think we attached in the brief specific communication coming from HECO stating that the only way to move forward is if you keep your load on during the middle of the day. So, my understanding that's the only path forward now is essentially to not serve load during the day. And if that's incorrect, happy to know it. Just, I think there's an interest in moving forward to clear this is how to move forward in Molokai.
Yeah, I'll have to double check on that, Robert. But regardless, we'll work with you to, keep providing options.
So I appreciate the exchange. Clearly, there's more discussions needed, but please accept this as our strong encouragement that we open up the doors there to this option. Trying to solve a lot of problems here, but there's clearly one that has been persistent for a while. So we'd like to see a near-term resolution. Okay, I said a couple more questions. I think this is for Reen and Asa about some of your valuation questions. And I think, first off, thanks for the extensive amount of work in the near term. It's very eye-opening in a lot of places. But Reen, you talked about possibility of doing, you'd only looked at 2025 and estimated capacity values. And if you looked further in the near term, there would be an opportunity to evaluate the value of emergency DR. And so I guess if you could expand on that, I don't know if it's Synapse folks on kind of what exactly you would do to do that in the time frame.
So thank you, Chair. And frankly, it was tied into kind of the original timing and scope of work, what we anticipated for program track final proposals. At this point, in terms of timeliness, and we haven't discussed this with Synapse yet, I think it may make sense for us to have a deeper dive or conversation with Hawaiian Electric and the DER parties about the valuations for the near term to see if, I'm just thinking that may be more expeditious in terms of building in those values, since ours was a longer run proposal.
If I could add, from an analytics standpoint, the sort of the way to weave the near-term insights into the work that we've presented would be to try to understand what the actual costs that would be incurred in the next couple of years would be absent DERs contributing their part to that solution. So, but like what costs are DERs actually avoiding? One of those costs could be lost load, which would be a particularly bad outcome. But there may be other fossil outcomes or other things. that the things that would be run otherwise, and understanding what those are and what the costs are that would be incurred in order to keep the system reliable, that could then be avoided by the use of the DERs. But we want to understand what the fallback plan is, so you could know the value of avoiding having to pay for it.
Okay, no, I appreciate that. I have a lot of responses, but it's probably not appropriate in this content in this venue. But no, I think, well, particularly the cost of, well, avoiding loss of load be helpful. There was a second question, I believe it was in Hawaiian Electric's presentation. On the there was a question about the capacity values or the proxies you had used in the analysis. I just wanted to better understand that. I believe the comment was that you'd used a proxy for stage 1 projects and not the actual project costs themselves. I guess can you further expand on how you did that analysis, and I mean if that's true, just so we can kind of couch that in those terms.
Sure. I mean, we're basically using a set of costs for the resources that were the projected costs before the actual RFP results were available. So they could be the analysis could be rerun with those alternate costs. We would get a different capacity value. The energy value would be and ancillary service values would likely be unchanged, because the energy value has to do with the fossil resources on the margin, which are not affected by the cost of his RFPs. But the real world costs of the point is an analysis is to try to calculate what the marginal cost of capacity is. And so if we have that much better actual values of what the actual cost of capacity is from the actual RFP results, then we could adjust those values to better capture that particular avoided capacity value, just to calibrate it to the actual incurred experienced costs from the RFP results.
But just so I'm clear, directionally, I get it. Given the timing, you didn't have. If you use the actual numbers, would your estimated capacity values go up or down?
The RFP results came in cheaper, right? So the capacity values would be lower. So that evening peak in the time of delivery rate, or the per kW value of the arbitrage, et cetera, those would all come down a bit to sort of take that evening capacity payment down proportionally to how much the RFP results came in cheaper than the projections.
And just ballpark, what percentage decrease would you attribute?
I never do math in the hearing room, right?
Sometimes it comes in handy.
Yeah. I really would need to look at the numbers and get back to you. We can't do that. It's just that capacity value is a blend of the cost of the solar and the cost of storage, and so yeah, I'd want to actually look at real numbers and get you back it's spreadsheet work, not go on modeling work, so it's easier and faster, but we can get that for you.
Yeah, appreciate it. And that wraps it up for me. Thanks, everyone. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Chair Griffin and Commissioner Potter. And thank you, everyone. I mentioned earlier that this would be a rigorous dialogue, or robust, perhaps, another R word. But thank you for your time and attention. We'll take a quick 10-minute break. We're a little bit behind schedule, but I think that's all right. I suspect there are still some other emergency demand response questions and comments. I know there are some from the commission team. And so we'll draw those out and we come up to the rest of the agenda. So thank you all. We'll see you in just a bit. Welcome back. I'm seeing a few faces. I'm hopeful that most people are back on, and perhaps it's just my internet that's not showing all of the videos. that I was previously seeing. But as we likely have more questions, as I mentioned, I know the commission staff has some questions around emergency demand response proposals. We'll shift the presentations that were planned by about 15 minutes. And so we'll spend about 15 minutes, hopefully, addressing the emergency demand response questions. And then we'll launch into proposals on alignment with advanced rate design, starting with HECO at that time. So I'd like to turn it over to commission staff for your questions regarding emergency demand response, and others are certainly welcome to ask questions as well.
So this is Andrew. I have a question for all of the parties, at least regarding the concept of a termination fee. So put it out there, if recovery of this program is granted through rates, what will become of that termination fee that needs to be like paid back to the utility? And how will it affect HECO's revenue requirement at the time it's paid back?
Hi, Andrew, this is you. We didn't call it a termination fee in our filing. We called it a performance penalty, I think is what we called it, where we have the right to audit said housings, and if it was not performing, we would have the right to recuperate some of the incentives that was paid towards the customer. And I think we put $5 per kW or something like that, Andrew, that was in there. Your second portion, how does it impact revenue requirement? I do not know. If it's done through DSM surcharge recovery, and depending on the timing of what we're doing, perhaps it could be reconciled through that as a revenue, and saying this is so that I don't mess with the Peter Young's team's revenue stream. I think as long as we're consistent with that framework, that's just my off the cuff response on that question, Andrew.
If you're speaking, we can't hear you.
This is Steve Mariani from the PUC. Question for the DER parties related to the incentive structure. We were wondering about the upfront payment structure and if that aligns well with a lot of the customer programs or zero down, and how that incentive structure would align where the customer is paying over time. Would that incentive then be going to the installer and pocketing the money, and then it would be incorporated into a PPA or a lease structure, or how would that work with these programs? Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. It may have just been me, but I think the middle part of your question was cut out. I think I understood the question, but if I don't answer it perfectly, please, feel free to follow up. So I think the question was, how would that align, for example, with like a third-party financing where it's financed? In our appendix, I think we specifically referenced that the payment could go to the third-party financer or the customer directly, or even depending on the timing of it, potentially could also go to a contractor. Plainly, in a third-party financing, I think it would essentially reduce the cost of the system, and it would reduce the cost of the PPA that the customer would have over time. In addition, if the payment is made to the third-party financer, they should additionally be also on the hook for any type of penalty fee or something that may happen on the back end if the system isn't performing. Did that answer your question? I hope it did.
Yep. Thanks, Rob. That answered it.
Sorry, this is Andrew again. maybe this is too in the weeds. So if people don't think this question is appropriate or at this time to answer, it's fine to say, you know, we don't have an answer, we don't have a response for that at this time. But my question revolves around this added storage. And you know, as we kind of have not approached this topic, you know, in the various DER proceedings in the past, whereas that added storage was not export. So as a result, we have a few programs out there that allow for export to be added without a lot of additional review on top of kind of the review that the programs, you know, already have. Now, the issue here is when we're adding this additional storage, what additional kind of technical review requirements should be added because these batteries are now going to be added with the express purpose of exporting to the grid, if any at all.
There has
Andrew,
been some. Go ahead, Yo. Why don't you take a first response?
We'll definitely tag team on this, Rob. So Andrew, DER parties and CA and us, we're talking about specifically this, you know, because if it takes a long review time, then how is it different from a regular application that's going through a new customer process? So we took the concept from a called Supplemental Grid Service Review from the GSPA that allows for a pre-approval of up to 3 kilowatts to be exported back to the specific grid service delivery time, which matches to this emergency DER window. Upon discussion with the various parties, it was sought out if that 3 kW could be increased to 5 kW. So we went back internally and met with the planning team. If this new additional battery is strictly delivering up to 5 kW during this evening peak time, can we increase that pre-approval from 3 to 5? And we did receive that approval from our planning team. So that language is incorporated, and that was a collaborative effort with the DER parties. Robert, did you have anything else to add?
No, and just, you know, this is obviously one of the areas where you highlighted some synergy with the need for sort of a simplified interconnection process. The hope is the export will be occurring during peak, which is not necessarily creating the same interconnection issues with systems going on during the middle of the day. And so I think in our appendix, we specifically proposed like a 30-day interconnection process, sort of as the maximum required. But, you know, really the hope would be is this would be simple. I think the discussions we've had was like using the amendment process, for example, which is essentially a one-page form that's submitted, you know, describing how the system would work. But, you know, it is a important issue. It seems to be one where we have some agreement on. But it's one that probably would require some oversight as the program moves forward. If I may also briefly, I don't know if we answered the chair's question about neighbor islands. I guess I just wanted to offer, we did submit the DR freeze case results for all the different neighbor islands, you know, in part, and we tried to not use just Oahu specific language for part of that reason of recognizing some of these programs may be applicable. Doing the arbitrage analysis, I understand. And, you know, if there's specific questions, I will defer these, but I understand it's been trickier to do, for example, on Maui. And so, you know, we didn't offer that in the brief.
I don't want to take up too much. I appreciate that. I saw it. I believe those results showed like a third of the value on Maui and Oahu. And I guess what you're saying, there's more to unravel there.
I would defer that to Steve to respond to. Steve, I think you're on mute.
My apologies, I was double muted. So the scheduled battery Oahu case to do that on Maui, we would need an updated input file to ensure we're scaling that battery profile correctly. But the biggest impact and the pricing difference is on Maui. There's a lot of zero cost energy forecasted throughout the like daylight hours for 4 to 5 hours. So adding a battery, even if it's, you know, if it was to increase or decrease that zero cost energy, it wouldn't necessarily pick that up as a value to the system. So it's a little bit more challenging, and I don't think you see the full picture of what the benefits of a load shape would be on Maui for that specific reason, where, you know, those zero cost hours, they're being picked up as zero cost contribution, and then if you increase the cost on the grid through reducing that curtailment, I mean, you could probably possibly have a negative economic impact. So those lower costs in the islands make the analysis a little more challenging and make me question what the results show.
And I'll only going to do this sparingly, but now that I see Colton's here, I think maybe part of the question here is it's a focus on trying to resolve reliability criteria, not necessarily just on the energy shifting value. And so prior to any new resources coming online, what, you know, has been presented to us through 2021, 2022 are periods of violations of those. And so that, you know, that's what kind of spurred the interest in, well, there's Hawaiian Electric's proposal too. So maybe kind of the focus of the valuation needs to be more on meeting reliability criteria. So I'll and leave it to some of the modeling folks here to noodle on that.
Okay, I'll jump in here. I have 2 quick questions, and I'll try to keep them pretty brief so we can continue with what's on the agenda. And so the first one, it's about about tax incentives for battery storage systems. So I've just linked something in the chat, and I believe looking through the proposals, it seemed clear that the parties the parties mentioned that batteries are not eligible for the federal tax credit unless they're installed with additional solar capacity. And I think that seemed to be the consensus from all the parties. And then during our research, we came across the link I just shared, which seemed to indicate, or NREL in this link seemed to indicate that there is a precedent set by a private letter ruling that if batteries are installed and being charged by renewables, they may be eligible for the tax credit, and that there are also other ways to, you know, decrease the cost through this modified accelerated cost recovery system for batteries. And I was just wondering if any of the parties are aware of this and whether this is an option that could be pursued.
I think we specifically did not make that statement. And again, I guess tax law is something that requires expertise, and there's going to be some level of subjectivity. So, I mean, plainly adding PV and a battery decreases any risk to the customer. But I think we were pretty express on not saying that you had to add PV in order to be eligible for the tax credit. And I think there's some conditions there, and I haven't read this NREL, but I think there's going to be a condition about, you know, how much is it charged for renewable energy, et cetera. There's some other factors there. And some degree of risk, right? And sort of how that's going to be interpreted.
Okay, thanks, and sorry for the mischaracterization there.
No, maybe it was a little bit nuanced. I mean, I saw that the other party stated pretty equivocally that the tax credit wouldn't be available, but the way that the DER party stated is that, especially if you're providing the option to combine the added battery with added solar capacity, we said that may help ensure the installation would be eligible for tax credits. So sort of avoiding that ambiguity or that risk.
Okay.
Yeah, and to add on to that a little bit, a private tax ruling is specific to that instance. So until it's at a more formal level across the board, every individual customer would have to go through the process of getting an individual tax ruling on their specific device, which is just kind of very burdensome at this point. So it's really, we you know, none of us are tax advisors, and we have to protect the customers at the end. So it's a little gray.
Okay, thank you for that. Unless anyone from HECO or the CA has any input, I can move on to my next question. Okay, so my next question is one of the guiding questions we detailed in the agenda. And so I think I'll limit this to just asking for clarity from HECO on the request on how to allocate the annual, about I think it's $750,000 in underspent base rate expenses for the Energy Scout programs. And so just clarity on which of the two approaches, which you've documented, one in Docket 2007-0341 on using those funds to transition Energy Scout program participants to a new program from this program check, and the second approach, which is outlined in these final proposals, to fund the replenishment of FastDR to its capacity. So I think we just want clarity on, which of these approaches do you prefer, or are you just presenting both of them to the commission for deliberation?
Thank you for that question, and apologies for the lack of clarity on that. We should have been much more clear. Our preferred option is the FastDR approach, as we are able to proceed without commission approval because it's already within the cap level of 7 megawatts, and the cost that we're incurring will be related to commercial and industrial level of technical incentives. So because we can act quickly on that, that is our preferred approach. With that said, the M&E modification evaluation report we filed last year has two convoluted asks. It's a little loopy in logic, but the ask is, may we, because this overarching collection is coming from rate-based, the DRAC is, demand response adjustment clause, is performed via residential path and then the commercial path. Our initial ask before we reached out to the 750 was, may we combine the underspent, overspent between the residential and commercial so that we could have a little bit more flexibility in utilizing the underspent funding. So if there was a underspend in commercial, can we transition residential and whatnot? So that was the first ask. And the second ask was, our underspend is typically around 750. May we use that for residential if that first ask was approved? So the first ask still remains open. We would rescind the second ask because we would focus the 750 this year for FastDR. And if the commission approves the first ask for 2022, then it allows us to give us the flexibility to blend some of the activities for the future years to do both FastDR and the transitioning of residential. And of course, we also sought additional fundings for expansion of Maui Oahu FastDR. That we actually asked for DRAC so that we can keep all the expenditures in the same bucket and not confuse between DRAC versus surcharge versus another means. I hope that answered the question.
Yes, thanks for that clarity. I think I have more questions on the M&E request, but I'll hold those for now.
Thank you, Pete. Clarice, I see your hand raised, and so I think.
I had a question for HECO. I was wondering if you could speak to whether HECO's currently installed communication devices and software on the system are sufficient to leverage the emergency demand response, or if the utility anticipates any grid mod related updates that need to be made for the purposes of implementing EDR.
So we had let me answer that in two different components of the emergency demand response. If it's the FastDR component, when we work with commercial customers, we typically utilize the commercial customers' internet to communicate to those devices. We install a gateway device as part of the technical incentive to operationalize enabled any of those buzzwords to get the commercial customers there. So to answer your question, not too much issues there in terms of communication protocol for FastDR. For residential PV battery systems, we've had a couple PUC meetings and side meetings with the parties about, what exactly is the preferred approach. We listed Wi-Fi, cellular, et cetera, and it was apparent on two folds. One, our DERMS, Distributed Energy Resource Management System, protocol, which has OpenADR 2.0b, was not readily matching well to DER's capability, because not a lot of the DER capabilities are not OpenADR 2.0b certified. They are other types. So the future, based on California, is the largest market for those is IEEE 23.5. That's just the protocol side. Communication side, would we use Wi-Fi or cellular, has been a relatively open discussion, honestly, and we're still discussing what is the best pathway for that. And not in our final proposal, but in one of our updated proposal, we said perhaps we would try the customer Wi-Fi as it is the most popular choice. And I think it was Chris's company that has a system that does both, does Wi-Fi and cellular, so that he could switch back and forth. So there are smart systems in that sense too. So I guess that part is still unknown. But for scheduled dispatch, we do not need to know what that communication or communication protocol is. So we jump right in, get that load shift going, and fulfill that 50 megawatts, and we work with the team to figure out, okay, this is what we chose for the DERM site to do, the IEEE 23.5 service provider gateway. What communication is what we want to work on within the next 2 years before we finish the scheduled dispatch.
Neil, can I just add to your response that the OpenADR capability, when we did that market survey, it was the path that most of the respondents to that survey said that they had or will have. So it was at the top of the list. That said, I think and you'll correct me if I'm wrong, I think it was the current DER providers within Hawaii's market didn't necessarily align with OpenADR, and the path that I think we're all moving towards, including the broader DER market, would be to IEEE 2030.5.
That is correct. With the market survey we did, we had about 31% of the responders says we are OpenADR 2.0b certified, and then additional 28% would say in the near future they would be OpenADR, and then IEEE was about 20% or so, and then 17% will be coming online in the future. But from a local, DER party side today, a few of them will be able to do it today, but not all, to your point.
So I guess just to follow up, how long would it take approximately to fill in the gap?
So let me answer that again in twofold. Apology, Clarice. We did a IEEE 23.5 RFP. We got the bids in, and we are selecting in mid-June, I believe, of the vendors to proceed. And by selecting that vendor, we will be able to open it up. Say, okay, is this vendor offering at the same, not to make things even more convoluted, but if that vendor already offers SunSpec or mod, other types of protocol, we would like to know what that is, right? To really open that wide net, with IEEE 23.5 being the base need. And from there, we could say, okay, we have this vendor now. What are the different gateways that they've already connected with readily, or inverters that they've connected readily, and we would make that connection so that we can deliver that information to the DER parties. These are the options that we see going forward, and then we would submit that remote dispatch filing to the commission to say this is what we want to do, requesting cost recovery to build this platform with DER parties' agreement that they agree that this is how they can do remote dispatch. This RFP had a little bit of a urgency on it, where we basically said if we get commission approval, you need to turn it around within 3 months. So it's a really fast software project that we're putting a lot of pressure on this. That's the one side of the answer. The second answer, Clarice, is our DERMS itself always had IEEE 23.5 in their roadmap when they started seeing the maturation of this protocol as the goal line. So that that roadmap seems to be aligned around 2023, 2024 for it to be a product line. So that's why we did this interim RFP so that we can transition accordingly. So those are the two response.
Thank you.
Thank you everyone for your inquiries and responses. We can transition to presentations, although I know it was mostly commission questions here. So if the parties have questions about what's been presented or discussed thus far, we'd like to provide you a bit of time to ask one another those questions here, if you have them. Okay, hearing none, we'll transition to presentations on alignment with advanced rate design, starting with the HECO companies. Pete, on it. Thank you, Pete. Whomever is discussing this part, you are welcome to begin when you're ready.
Thank you, Rachel. Thank you, Pete. Aloha, everyone. Lani Shinsato from Hawaiian Electric. I'm going to be covering this part of our proposal alignment of our ARD proposal with our program track proposal. I have just a few slides, but before I dive in, I wanted to lay a little bit of groundwork so that everyone kind of better understands our strategy underlying both the program track proposal and the ARD proposal. So we recently released a strategy for customer energy resources. We've been working on it for a long time, actually before the DER docket opened, and at different points in time have been kind of sharing it with stakeholders and introducing concepts even with the commission. We finally pulled it all together. We filed it as an exhibit with our final proposals for the program track. It's also accessible on our website, and we're opening it up to get comments from the public. We really welcome feedback because it is a starting point for discussion, and it's definitely going to change over time. But the main objective of the strategy is to make sure we can grow customer energy resources in a way where we achieve the 100% renewable goal by 2045, but do it in a way where it's bringing value to all customers. So our strategy is based on three guiding principles. We nicknamed them need, opportunity, and equity. They're fairly simple. Need is simply that we need CER in order to get to the 2045 goal. Because of that need, we know we have to expand opportunities for cost-effective customer energy resources. The equity principle is a key component, and it's what I just mentioned earlier. We have to do it in a way that adds value to all customers and doesn't leave any customer behind. So the ARD and modernizing our rate structure is a really key component of the overall CER strategy. Our rate structure has worked well for over a century, but with our big boom of customer energy resources in Hawaii, including batteries, we simply need to catch up and make sure that our rate design better reflects the changing ways our customers are using the grid. And to the equity point of our strategy, we need to make sure that as we modernize our rates, and we said this in our ARD proposal, I think it's a powerful statement, we are decreasing inequities, not perpetuating or increasing inequities, because we know we need to grow CER in the future. So that was a lot of background. Pete, if you could advance to the next slide, please. So we based our advanced rate design on three basic principles that you see here. Our customers who are connected to the utility grid should fairly share the total cost to provide service. Customers should have the opportunity to save, influence, and control their bill. And as we transition to wider participation in TOU rates, significant bill impacts to the customer should be minimized. And I think these are kind of motherhood and apple pie that all of us can agree that these are all good things. Okay, next slide, please. Our ARD proposals are aligned to our program track proposals in that we want to require standard DER tariff customers going forward to be served on ARD's TOU rate. This would mean a three-part rate with a customer demand and energy charge for both residential and commercial customers. We know that this new type of TOU rate is going to change the economic drivers for DER participation, but we think this is a good thing and that it aligns to the Commission's guidance that rates should send better price signals to customers so that they're incentivized to use electricity more efficiently and in a way where it's based on the cost that it actually costs us to provide that electricity during different periods of the day. And I think we've heard so far from the different parties that time variant rates are a good thing. So we have alignment on that. TOU will result in higher fixed charges. Again, going back to the equity principle, this is so that we can more fairly recover costs that can be avoided by DER customers through a per kilowatt hour charge. A lower 9 to 5 rate will reduce the value of simultaneous solar generation and consumption. Correspondingly, a higher 5 to 10 rate will increase the value of stored solar energy that is self-consumed during the peak. Through these new rates, customers can manage their bills by either shifting when they use energy or reducing their energy use. And as I mentioned, I think we're all aligned on time variant, so we are very hopeful that this will be a new path forward for us and for our customers. And that's all I had. Kind of short and sweet. Happy to take questions, and I think Jeremy Plott from our pricing department and our expert on pricing and rate design is on the call, and he can answer questions as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Lonnie. We have a bit of time remaining in your 10 minutes, so if there are questions, they can be asked at this time. Okay. Hearing none, we will progress to the DER parties presentation. Thank you, Lonnie.
Okay, thanks everybody. So this is the alignment across the DER parties program and advanced rate design proposals. And I intend this this presentation to be pretty brief and to the point. Short answer is that the DER parties have full alignment across their program and advanced rate design proposals, all unified around a modern, customer-centric model based on the 3 principles for advanced rate design articulated by Jim Lazar in his seminal Regulatory Assistance Project publication. Actually, next page, please. Much of this presentation is actually borrowed from the presentation given by Mr. Lazar in June last year, almost 1 year ago at this point. So it's taken a while for us to get here, but we're coming full circle, ending up where we began, which is the fundamentals. This is about the win-win from customer DERs, customer choice, control over their own bills, together with benefits for the overall grid. Next slide, please. The 3 smart rate design principles are the fundamental framework here. I'm going to break the rule and read these because it's that important for the overall alignment of the DER parties' proposals and for the right way forward in Hawaii. Next slide, please. Number 1, a customer should be allowed to connect to the grid for no more than the cost of connecting to the grid. Number 2, customers should pay for power supply and grid services in proportion to how much they use and when they use it. Number 3, customers delivering power and services to the grid should receive full and fair value. Next slide, please. So based on these three smart rate design principles, the DER parties, with Mr. Lazar's expertise and thought leadership, have proposed this framework for advanced rate design in Hawaii. It's the customer charge covering customer-specific billing and collection costs, the grid access charge covering customer-specific connection costs. So that's principle number one, cost of connecting to the grid. And then the TOU energy charge covering all shared generation, transmission, and distribution costs. Principle number two, shared costs are charged based on how much you use when you use it. And then there's this grid services component, compensation for customer provided grid services, which we're covering specifically in the program track. That's principle number three, fair value for grid value. Next slide, please. Now, in our advanced rate design final proposals, we've also highlighted two priority program measures. So of course, there's overlap here. So number one, DER grid services. Number two, controlled water heaters. So this was a slide actually from Mr. Lazar's presentation 1 year ago. So recognizing that there's grid services from customer batteries, if we can align the utility and the customers on that. And that's exactly what you're seeing now with an added oomph because of the emergency need. But we're talking about, that whole fleet of batteries already existing and moving forward, low cost services for the benefit of the grid and everybody. And the key is we need simple programs and pathways, and that's exactly what we've been focusing on. DER parties have been focusing on in our program proposals. Next slide, please. I don't want to lose sight of this controlled water heater solution. And again, because sort of like the overlap between the two tracks, we've proposed this solution on the advanced rate design side, but this is also right on point to be addressing the emergency needs that the Commission has now identified. So both these program principles, which in our final proposals in the ARD track, we've touted as these are priority program proposals that we should be moving forward in the near term. Both of these, again, are on point, and particularly only the more urgent, actually, for that emergency need. Now, in our ARD proposal, again, $10 a month credit for this curtailable water service. This has additional benefits, particularly if you're targeting multifamily customers, although the DR parties have proposed that this really be a near-term sort of default option for all customers. It's sort of that no regrets in terms of the benefits for the entire grid. But for multifamily customers, you would have the added benefit of probably providing bill relief to lower income customers because they comprise a larger share of the multifamily residential population. Next slide, please. By the way, Mr. Lazar came out of retirement this morning and sent me some additional data on the potential capacity available for this smart water heater option. I'm not sure if I'm going to have the time to share those extra slides, but based on his back of the envelope calculations, he's estimating a maximum potential of somewhere on the order of 80 megawatts. If we really, got captured all the potential out there on Oahu Island. So yeah, that has to be in the mix, and we fully support that. We've put that in our concrete proposals for near-term action steps forward. And this is my last slide here, and it's really further insight on the alignment in the DER parties proposals in contrast to the different kind of alignment that we see in the HECO proposals. And I apologize for this text wall, but I feel it's important to organize and summarize all of this in one place for reference. So HECO's proposals generally aligned around a different approach or paradigm, or I think Lonnie called it a strategy. For rate design, it's all about preserving and expanding demand charges, singling out DER customers for discriminatory treatment. Of course, this is the same utility playbook we're seeing everywhere, which has been widely rejected across the nation. And it should be rejected here. Again, demand charges, fixed charges, limit customer choices and control over their energy use, impose regressive impacts on lower usage, lower income customers. Demand charges also send the totally wrong signal and incentive that we need going forward for the smart grid of the future. It encourages the flattening of use instead of the flexible concentration of use when necessary. And this is actually one way in which HECO's proposals aren't internally consistent and aligned, because how are we going to encourage grid services like load build when we're hitting customers with demand charges? So it's really about monopoly protectionism, making captive customers pay for the utility regardless of how much energy they use, violates the smart grid principles, number one and number two. It's keeping us in the past, not moving us to the future. For the program proposals, as Robert noted, there's an interrelated theme of undervaluing and underutilizing DERs, and now promoting utility ownership in that rooftop rental proposal. So, if you look at the HECO company's positioning, it's viewing DERs and even customers serving their own load as the problem, focusing just on lost utility revenues rather than overall savings and benefits to the grid. We're selling DR short, which ends up increasing costs and risk for all customers in violation of principle number 3. So in terms of alignment, all this comes together here at this bottom line at the very end. The contrast between this utility-centric framework on this slide or the customer-centric framework that's the guiding star for the DR parties proposals, which, by the way, is also aligned with the fundamental purpose and principles of PBR, performance-based regulation, focusing on performance in service of customers and the public interest instead of the traditional monopoly business as usual. And I'm available for any questions, but that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Isaac. You also have a bit of time remaining, and we have about 2 minutes. And so if there are questions for Isaac, we have time for that now.
If you want to take a peek at Jim Lazar's back of the envelope analysis, I'm not sure if you're able to bring that up, but again, graciously, he came out of retirement to do that analysis this morning, and it's available. But the takeaway again is, it's all depending on implementation, but that's certainly the potential capacity of or the opportunity for controllable water heating value is somewhat in the order of 80 megawatts.
Are these the additional slides
Yep.
you were talking about?
Yep.
Sorry, yeah.
No, while these slides are being plugged, just FYI, water heater potentials are very difficult to calculate, is honestly my one assessment. We have about 30,000 water heaters right now, and when I joined Hawaiian Electric, I saw 2 numbers, and one was about 14 megawatts, and the other one was 120 megawatts. And I asked, why is that? Well, I didn't know this, knowing I've used a water heater all my life. I didn't know this, but water heating elements are not always on. It only turns on when it needs to heat the water, and that is usually at 4.5 kilowatts, a decently high amount. A lot of the potentials, the EPRI and a couple of the national labs have struggled to figure out is, what is that sweet spot? If there are 10 water heaters, by definition, that's 45 kilowatts of potential. But that's only if it's simultaneously turning on at that very instant, because it's not even on that long either. So when we do grid interactive water heater, when we do a calculation, it's actually 0.5 kilowatts per water heaters instead of the 4.5 kW. It's unfortunate, but we have to be real with what we can give to the system operators regarding water heaters.
Sure.
With that said, our May3rd filing, again, I would use the word synergy. We agree with Isaac that residential demand response has its opportunity. We just have not done our RFP to select the new device, Isaac. So our hope is to do that and then submit, in addition to the FastDR leg, to submit a RDLC leg to say, this is the grid interactive water heater device, this is how much it costs, and this is how we would like to support the EDR effort. Sorry, that wasn't a question. Sorry.
No, I appreciate that. Yeah, and as I prefaced everything, and this is all subject to implementability or whatever. And I just note that HECO, you folks have been piloting this for a while now. I mean, measured in the years at this point, and maybe it is tricky, but Jim Lazar is really definitive that this is kind of a no-brainer, no regrets type of measure. And he did his initial analysis for MECO back in Richard Barone days, showing that it would be cost-effective for MECO to basically give this equipment away for free. The particular use case there was, sucking up all the curtailed wind energy and making beneficial use of that. But that's pretty similar to the use case here, where you're basically charging on off-peak times and making sure you're not turning on those water heaters during the peak periods or whatever. So really quickly, just scrolling through these slides. I'm sorry, Mr. Lazar is not here to explain it himself, but first of all, these slides are from HECO's own reports, their integrated portfolio. Next slide. And so, yeah, as you mentioned, you already have existing participants, and here are your estimates of that existing potential here. So 14 megawatts just on what we have now. Keep on going. And then, these are promising results where you saw the curtailment there available, predominantly in that peak time frame. Next slide, please. And then I think this is the last slide, which is just Mr. Lazar's back of the envelope calculations, looking at HECO total residential customers. I confirmed this solar water heating amount with our solar water heating experts. So roughly a third of single family homes, so give or take 50,000 units, you subtract that, you subtract the existing water heater fleet, and then basically the savings that HECO has found themselves, and you come out with a total of 83, give or take, megawatts of total potential. And then it's a matter of like how much we can deliver as fast as possible. But this again has been included in the DR party's proposal overall, part of the alignment, so to speak, that this should be a near-term option, for all customers, and particularly multifamily customers who, predominantly their discretionary load is water heating, and they could use that bill relief in terms of that monthly payment to enroll.
Thank you, Isaac. Please also extend our thanks to Mr. Lazar for coming out of retirement early morning of the meeting date to share this information. Would you be able to post this in the docket or file this in the docket?
I will.
Okay,
thank you.
Thank you. We will transition to the to the consumer advocates presentation at this time.
Can I just comment?
At 11:45, which was lunchtime.
Rachel, do you mind if I just make a quick comment?
Sure. While we're getting the slides pulled up.
Okay, I just thought there are a couple bullets on the last slide that really mischaracterize what we're proposing. Talking about preserving the monopoly and not being customer centric and worried about our revenues. I just feel like I really need to comment on those. It's actually the opposite in terms of what we're proposing. It's very customer centric, and I think maybe the difference is that we're looking at all customers and the impact on all customers because of our responsibility to look at the impact for everybody and not just certain segments of customers. And so we look at the cost impact for everyone. The other thing is that we're not focused on revenues because with the current regulatory structure or the rate structure, our revenues aren't going to be impacted by what's being proposed here. So it's really the impact going back to the cost to customers. So I just wanted to make sure that was being addressed because I don't want those mischaracterizations to go without comment.
I appreciate that. If I could just close the loop, which is that, maybe there's a little bit of tension here, but it really goes to a philosophical difference that really is brought into sharp relief when you look at the different advanced rate design approaches, and that's why it comes up in that context of alignment across the various proposals. And I've called it a philosophical difference, and it is what it is, and ultimately the commission has to decide which paradigm you're going with. Shelley has a certain view of what the benefits are, and we have a differing view. And so I just wanted to close it off with that. We flagged
you
this
both for
philosophical
bringing your
difference
patience.
in the advanced rate design from the very beginning, though.
You did, Isaac. That is one of the phrases that stands out to me most, is that there are philosophical differences
Thank you.
that are all across this docket. So thank you both for your contribution. I do want to give the consumer advocate an opportunity to share their thoughts. And so whomever is speaking on the consumer advocate's behalf, you have the floor. Thank you for your patience.
Thanks. So you can go on to the next slide. So the rate structure and upfront payment that Reen talked about earlier, I'm basically just going to walk through a little bit of the underlying analysis and description of how that came to be, and show how it relates to the rate design proposal filed earlier. So the general philosophy is the same as in the rate design proposal. Here, the idea is that the services that export that come out of a DER should be compensated in line with the marginal value that it provides to the utility system. The rate design is sort of the other way around. The customers should pay for the marginal cost that they're creating on the system. One difference between the rate design proposal and the DER program proposal is that rate design has this extra obligation that you can get the marginal cost, but then you have to make sure you actually collect the revenue requirement corresponding to those costs. If the marginal cost is quite different from the average cost, then you end up having to scale things up or down. There's no such obligation for a DER. There's no sense that the DERs are going to be providing all of the load, so we can work safely just entirely on the margin. You can go to the next slide. So as Reen already mentioned, we modeled the marginal costs of energy for the rate design. Well, just we're back and forth again here. For rate design, we modeled the marginal costs of energy and capacity relative to the HECO base case using the Encompass model, similar in capabilities, but a different structure than Resolve. For the DERs, we want to look at what the avoided cost is of all the other resources that would need to be brought to bear if incremental DER were not available. So we compared the HECO with DER base case to a low DER case. It's not exactly the same as the DER freeze case for technical reasons, but it amounts to a case in which you freeze the DER deployed in the HECO base case at the level that they would be deployed through 2021. In both cases include all of HECO's planned utility scale additions. So by looking at the difference between a with DER case and a low DER case, we get a sense of the marginal value. So we're capturing the energy, the capacity, and some of the system level ancillary services like regulation and reserves, but not those which vary by location because it's a system-wide model, so we can't get a handle on voltage support on a given feeder or T&D impacts. As has already been mentioned, all of our modeling was based on marginal cost in 2025 as sort of indicative of a value over the course of the next decade. Our thought was that that's a point that's far enough out that we can actually look and see what the cost of capacity is to look at the resources that come online over that period. It's reasonably, it's some sense of what a long run marginal cost would be without going too far into the future that the uncertainty gets to be too high. Next slide. So particular differences between the approach in the rate design side and the DER program design. One thing is how simple can you have a rate be? The rate design, there's an extra need for the rate to be simple, just two price levels with one or two peak periods. However, when you're dealing with compensation for DERs, many of which are smart, they have computers, they can be programmed to do certain things. Hourly resolution is more possible. You can handle multiple price levels, or you can also do things that you couldn't do on the rate design side, which is do things like an upfront payment. You can shift things around in time in that kind of way. The rate design filing suggested critical peak pricing as a thing something to explore for future implementation on the rate design side, and as a sense of forward-looking DER program design, we included an explicit sort of complement of that, a critical peak value, element here. So that it's explicitly proposed here and was only indicated at in the rate design proposal. Next slide. There are a couple of modeling updates between the rate design and the DER program proposals. The chair was kind enough to point out further updates we could do to make sure we're capturing all of the most recent PPA prices. We will try to get that for you. But particular updates with respect to these design pieces. One piece is that for rate design, we split the cost of capacity over all of the hours assigned to the peak periods evenly, whereas here, in order to be able to reflect the value in different hours and try to get a sense of the seasonal variability and other aspects, we did assign the value on a more sort of fine-grained hourly basis. We used the peak capacity allocation factor approach, which is the same approach that we did use in the rate design for allocating transmission costs. Basically, it looks at the hours in which load is 80% of peak or higher, and assigns more and more of the costs to the hours in which the load is higher and higher. So the peak hour gets 20 times as much assignment of cost as the hour in which it's 81% of the peak. So it sort of it reflects the fact that there is value to capacity even off of those absolute top peak hours, but it does keep the focus on the hours when the load is high. We also were able to better capture ancillary services. Time just didn't allow us to capture those fully in the rate design proposal, but particularly they matter in this DER context because of the allowing us to capture what's going on with midday solar and evening storage dispatch. So one thing that happens is that when you look at the marginal cost of adding DERs, the ancillary service costs in the middle of the day go up with increased PV, and so that is an indication that the value of export during those midday hours is lower than a pure energy calculation alone would indicate. So we're able to incorporate that in this modeling update. Next slide. When you put the energy capacity ancillary services pieces together, this is the sort of heat map of what you get. The months are the columns and the hours are the rows. You can see a midday trough associated with solar production, an evening peak associated with the capacity value when the peaks are high. The energy value itself is also somewhat lower during the day and higher in the evening, just based on which resources are dispatching. You can also see why the DER program proposal focuses on July to October. You could imagine stretching that a little bit one way or the other to capture a little bit more of that peak, or focusing in a little bit more on just August and September. The thought was that the 4-month period, it has a qualitatively different peak behavior, was warranted. Next slide. So when we're actually putting together the proposal that Reen already described earlier, as I've already talked through a bunch of this, July and October is different from the other months. You do end up seeing a relatively flat period overnight. There's a little bit of a bump in the morning. There's a dip in midday and rising in the evening. And then if you take that critical peak value out, that's largely that 8 o'clock hour in those highest peaks months. But the advantage of the critical peak value approach being that, if a resource were unexpectedly offline in a different month, or if load shifted in some way over the course of time such that you actually really wanted those resources to be able to dispatch at a time other than a scheduled dispatch time, you would be able to call those particular resources at the times that you need. As I mentioned in response to questions earlier, the upfront payments are based on the value of charging the batteries during the low value hours and discharging them in the high value hours. Further flexibility and utility dispatchability increases the value of the performance, and thus the appropriate marginal value should be reflected in compensation. I'll note that all of the particular dollar values that were in the earlier slides relate to a 2-hour battery. if you do this same calculation with, say, a 3-hour battery, the value per kilowatt hour and the value per kilowatt the value per kilowatt is higher, but not by as much as you would think. Basically, because the lowest value hours and the highest value hours, if you start to come up from the valley or down from the peak, the arbitrage value from that delta is smaller. So if you think about in the extreme, a 12-hour battery that tries to fully charge and discharge every day, would be giving you a lot less value per per kilowatt hour. The same you'd be able to capture that value differently. So the filing has some of the examples of the value for if that's a 3-hour battery, for example, a 3-hour battery is not worth 50% more than a 2-hour battery. Next slide. Another difference between the rate design and the DER program proposal is that there are T&D costs in the rate design, which are not explicitly included in the DER program proposal. So in the rate design, we allocate the embedded T&D costs across the hours, predominantly across the peak hours, although some of those costs are appropriately allocated all the hours, because you actually need the rates to recover the full revenue requirement. We don't have the advantage of a marginal cost study or a marginal cost model for the whole T&D system to be able to get those pieces to line up. So we concluded that trying to assign some sort of generic marginal T&D or voltage support value for DERs participating in these programs was not appropriate to the Hawaii context. That the location matters, that DERs could be decreasing T&D costs or increasing T&D costs, but regardless, it would matter what was going on a given feeder or served by a given substation. And the memo that's attached to the DCA's filing describes a process for doing load forecasting on a more granular basis and calculating location-specific T&D values that could be used to identify places where the marginal value of DERs doing their thing would be appropriately captured in what the marginal value should be for the compensation for those DERs. That's the last slide that I have. So hello, thanks for sticking with us, and happy to take questions.
Thank you, Asa. I appreciate the presentation and your time. We're a little over time, but we have a couple minutes before the noon hour. Nobody ever wants to be the person to hold up lunch, but if there are questions, now is a good time to raise them. Okay, hearing none. We will break for lunch and return to our scheduled agenda. So we'll come back. Sorry for not giving the full 60, but if we could take a 45-minute lunch and come back at 12:45 still. After lunch, we will address implementation and transition. And hopefully we'll get a little bit of time to talk about pilots and demonstrations, but looking to lessons learned and really wanting to speak about implementation and what will be necessary to get that done in the near term. So thanks for sticking with us this far. Hope to see you in 45 minutes. Thank you. Welcome back. We'll give folks a few more seconds to get the spinach out of their teeth and turn their cameras on.
I'm going to keep wearing a mask just for that reason. No one will ever see the spinach in my teeth.
Good call. Hiko, since your presentation is up now, is the person who's providing that presentation camera on and ready? Or should we give them a bit more time?
Is this the lessons learned section?
Yes.
I can cover that.
Okay. Well, we will turn to your presentation and people can pop on as they're able. And if you're still eating, that's fine. If you want to turn your camera on and show us what you're eating, that's also fine. If you want to leave it off and eat, that's okay. But you know, Pete's got you ready, and whenever you are, love to hear from you.
Mahalo, Rachel. Pete, if you could go to the next slide. This is the lessons learned for pilots and demonstration, and I believe the transition plan was a discussion item. So this, I only have one slide to cover the interim lessons learned thus far for the rooftop rental pilot. Sorry, it looks a little scrunchy here. Apologies, but the first item is, we wanted to share that the RFPs, it has resulted in good numbers. We've got bids, a good number of bids locally, nationally, internationally. So we're really excited to use that as a little bit of a gauge to know that there are interested in rooftop rental type concept, as well as the interim IEEE 2305. Knowing that it's an interim solution, we actually had a really good turnout on that. So we're really excited for that review cycle that's going through right now. And then second bullet is, we've talked about this in various PUC meetings and parties meetings. The interest is high. The customers that we've talked to, whether it's a government agency or nonprofit or customers, the interest is definitely high. With that said, the interest always seems to point from single-family homes to something else, like a duplex, townhouse, apartment, condominiums, even commercial buildings. So we're excited for that avenue, but with that said, we're still focused on learning, and so this rooftop pilot will still continue to focus on the single-family homes. And again, the third point, also probably no surprise, but when we talk about pitching the ideas to these various stakeholders, that $30 per month is not the most attractive number. They would like to see something higher, but as Shelley mentioned earlier, we are seeking for a cost-effective program. We're not here to have a larger rate impact to the customers in comparison to a larger scale system or anything like that. So we are gauging that. But again, this $30 also is going through an analysis with this initial assessment that we're doing as we define the type of KW that each grid services could be delivered. So we're investigating that as we speak with the selected companies that we've teamed up with. The data point, I think it was CA, consumer advocate, that asked us, can we go talk to other utilities about how they set up that $30 per month? Was it done through a cost effectiveness analysis, or have they done any kind of cost effectiveness analysis? We investigated. They have not done any cost effectiveness analysis. They really wanted to provide a very simple model of solar only, generation only, and use this platform. So they really did not do an in-depth analysis on that. The $30 seems like they were done through some surveying of questionnaire with their customers around their regional areas. So for their side, with their bills being actually lower than ours, I think that $30 makes more percentage sense for them. So we will continue to investigate what we can do on our side. Last item, resiliency is going to be a key component for us for pitching to the customer that, hey, typically this is serving the whole customer and the grid, but in the need of an outage or whatnot, this will help provide resiliency to this house. We guesstimated that a lot of these LMI renter homes are not going to be a big house, so we did design the solar system to be, let's say, 4 kW system. And as Isaac and I were talking earlier, a water heater system is 4.5 kW system. So it's, resiliency to outright serve the house is not an easy thing to do. It has to be done strategically. So we are using this initial assessment to investigate how can we elegantly provide this resiliency in an appropriate way to utilize that battery when that outage is happening. So we're continuing to, we couch it as interim lessons learned as we are continuing to learn. Thank you, Rachel.
Thank you, Yo. I'd like to open it up. Anyone that has questions? I know that Chair Griffin has some inquiries and we can follow thereafter. So, Chair Griffin?
Thanks, Rachel. Thanks, Yo. I'm just trying to reconcile what I have here and what I read in your guys' filing, and partly timing. Can you kind of lead us through what the timeline schedule is for the rest of this pilot? And I mean, what I read is that you're going to submit an application to us in a few weeks about this as a program. And I'm just not sure how we're going to be able to act on that when, I guess I want to better understand the details surrounding the pilot.
Yep, agreed, Chair Griffin. And we noticed that timing gap a few months ago that we would encounter this, but we still wanted to move the needle as much as possible. So a few months ago in our, apologies, Chair Griffin, I can't remember which filing it was. One of the filings we mentioned that we would continue to commit to a June filing, but we also will add supplemental information as we gain more information to that filing. So we reiterated that need for supplemental filing to fill in the gaps, as you stated, Chair Griffin, because we won't be able to get every single unknowns into this June filing. So for this June filing, we will be focusing on the structure, how we would proceed. We've done some potential study analyzing who we would target, and then we are doing some budgetary level numbers so that we can provide the context, even if it's illustrative, to provide to the Commission, this is the type of numbers we're looking at, this is the type of deployment schedule we're looking at, and be able to show that for Commission consideration. And we will, within Q3, we're hoping to start installing in June, July timeframe. So as soon as we can do that, we will confirm the numbers by submitting a supplemental filing, Chair.
Okay, I mean, I'm just struggling with that. What are we going to gain from the pilot then?
The pilot really, well, the pilot itself is going to tell us the performance of the KW. Well, let me step back.
Well, you just said that we're not even going to see any of the performance data by the time the filing's in and supplemented.
So the June filing will not have will not have the data, but we will provide a optimized estimate based on Excel sheet. A lot of this could be done on Excel sheet. We want to verify that that is indeed what we can see and be able to deliver that through these pilot activities to confirm with the Commission and the stakeholders that what we assumed in our Excel sheet optimization is true, and therefore we can deliver, confidently deliver the grid services, the 3 grid services that we're targeting at this moment.
Okay. You hear look, just the timing of these filings seems to send a different message. And then, I mean, there is a question of, and it's been raised in the other filings, you know, there's a 3-pronged test that we're going to have to apply to this. I think there were some concerning comments in the DER parties filing saying, you know, their concepts to try and address the same market, they haven't really received a reception and further discussion from Hawaiian Electric. So it seems like there's been no attempt to try and understand what other providers could offer in this space. So just, can I better, right? I guess this is also not, if there's a difference of opinion, I guess if there's a, if there's something you need to clear up for us on that, if there have been further discussions, that would be good to know. But it seems like that door has been closed, or the door for alternatives have been closed here. And so it's just my, you know, reading of what's been submitted and particularly seeing the timing here. So
Understood, Chair, and it's a fair statement. It's been it's not intentionally closed. We were very focused on delivering a mature response to the emergency DR. To one of the avenue that we did look into and are considering for the June filing is to focus the rooftop rental outright to serve the emergency DR need, where I don't optimize the KW for serving any other grid services, but just the EDR component for the first few years, and see if that number still works out, and be able to say, Commission, this is what we're going to focus on, and then the supplemental will be for perhaps year 3 of that progression, where we make it more remote dispatch and be able to do the other types of grid services. That is something that we did ponder, but to your point, Chair, we do need to reopen, rediscuss with the DER parties and CA, who has been supportive of PV host, but again, we have not had that dialogue. We've been focused on EDR and its scheduled dispatch nature up until this point.
I guess again, how are we going to, we meaning the Commission, deal with the question of whether other alternatives could serve this market when they don't seem to be given a chance?
Well, I think the best way is to look at the past 10 years, Chair. The utility has not entered into this market for the past 10 years since the original rejection of utility-owned system. If that rental market could achieve receiving that solar system, that 10 years, I think, would have happened already. So it may not, it's not the perfect answer, Chair, but I'm looking at the historical nature of saying there isn't any program out there that serves directly the renters, then let's try to serve that particular segmentation, Chair.
So that history is there, but I guess what I'm trying to better understand is what has been offered on the table recently and prospectively, and if that's not given an opportunity, then we don't know what how the different alternatives could play out and compare. So, and you said that was a fair statement, that there hasn't been really an opportunity for the ideas offered by the DER parties. Did I misunderstand that?
Again, I'm just looking at the result of the last 10 years, and the looking forward option is to be able to say that we're not sole sourcing to one company. Hawaiian Electric is not going to be installing these devices on their own. We will be partnering with multiple solar companies, hopefully local companies, that will be working on these efforts. So there is added value to at least a few entities that could provide these effort to succeed and hit the market, and hopefully they can also tell us, the selected vendors perhaps can also help us paint a picture of, is this, and then if not for us, what are the different alternatives? We do need to look into, and I think there are, whether it's GEMS or I think there's Hawaii Energy was also looking into LMI PV systems. So we will have to look at that, Chair, and I have not looked at all of the choices.
Okay, no, I appreciate your direct answers. I guess what I offer, and maybe not seeing it, maybe this is better asked to Shelley, and I just offer this again as timing. When I look at the timing of these going forward, I'll be very frank here. You're putting the Commission in a difficult position. You know, we're trying to be focused on our immediate needs and resolving them. And this is another situation that will, a looming situation that will probably take a lot of extra time and effort that I'm not sure that that's really where we want to be focused right now. So I just offer that, and that's largely based on timing. We're going to give an evaluation of this proposal a fair shot. Seems like you're running a pilot. We need to understand the experience from that.
Yes.
And this, you know, sets up a very different dynamic.
Understood.
So if there's a different view on that. Okay.
Yeah, I hear you. I do just want to reiterate, understand that. It's a matter of also where we had to place our priority over the last few months, given, you know, some of the things that have been happening, and Yo and his team, and, you know, what they've been focused on. So as he said, it's really shifted more to the EDR. And so some of our timelines have not played out as we had originally anticipated. So appreciate your comments. And in terms of the other proposals, as Yo was saying, we have to give those a hard look. But again, it's just been a juggling of all the things going on. And we'll solidify what that looks like over the next few weeks so that our proposal is clearer, or we give a more reasonable path going forward that considers, you know, your points about timeline and time and effort.
Thank you. And Rachel, that's all the questions I have.
Thank you, Chair Griffin. I'm noting Isaac, you raised your hand, so please.
Oh, yes. Well, you know, as we've made clear in our written filings multiple times, we have similar questions, and it's really going back to the beginning of this. And it just feels like more and more this thing is just a utility priority, and this creature just keeps on going and takes on a life of its own. Now we're going to be submitting applications before the pilot's done. And so, you know, at what point do we just sort of prioritize here and just say that this is not, you know, a real priority given, you know, the emergency need? I would have said that, you know, the time to just say this is just not looking workable on its face would have been like, you know, a year ago. But anyway, the DER parties made our position clear on this. There's a lot more work that needs to be done for this even to make sense in our view, and to meet the three-part test and all what have you. In the meantime, you know, there's an opportunity cost. One, it's only one of you or whatever, and you got a lot of work to do on the DR front. And again, is this what we really want to be focusing utility time and attention on? And then one other thing I just note is that there's already sort of advertisements going on broadly in the marketplace, and there's a concern here that we're sending confusing, you know, messages out there when we really got to channel our focus. And so that's another concern. And sorry, I got one more, which is that, as you all know, the DR parties have been consistently putting out proposals on how we address LMI customers. And one of them, for example, is virtual net metering on low-income properties, which is a proven you know, option in California. And so I just go back to the repeated theme that this just doesn't seem very productive, and there are better alternatives out there. Thank you.
My understanding is that this docket is not only talking about EDR, but also longer term programs. And that was the original genesis of the rooftop rental program. EDR has since come into the picture. And so we were looking at how to fashion rooftop rental to fit that need, as well as we talked about our portfolio of options. And as was said before, we're looking for more options than less. So that's why we felt it was important to keep that on the table. And we're continuing to look at it right now.
Isaac and Shelley. Andrew, you had some inquiries?
Yeah, if I may, I have a question about kind of the focus areas of the kind of the island that, or the, you know, all the service territories that HECO's kind of trying to look at in terms of implementing either the rooftop rental pilot or the future program. Is there active effort in certain like targeted areas? Can you folks explain this? It's fine if you can't at this point in time, but I just want to know if you could share like the different areas you're approaching right now, including the groups. We've had a smattering of kind of, we're working with local HUD, we're working with this other developer, but it kind of, we don't have a single place we have that information. Perhaps a summary would be, I would appreciate a summary if possible.
Sure, Andrew. We spoke with the state agency, Hawaii Public Housing Authority. They're all over the islands, plural. And we've also talked to the city and county. We've also talked to multiple developers. To answer your question, we haven't focused on a single geographical area. We do know the challenge of defining what LMI is. So, CBRE defines LMI a certain way, state, city, they define LMI a certain way. So does, I think Hawaii Energy also has a CBRE definition. So, I'm sorry, LMI definition. So we're trying to understand in that sense. So again, Andrew, we have not focused on, we're going to focus on this zip code and only this zip code. We have not done that. We've been doing our research to understand the potential, to see who are the renters, where are the renting communities, and the overlap against that to the LMI community, and see that the potential is X%. And those are the type of numbers that we're looking at to convey a story that, we're not here to overtake the DER market or anything like that. That's really not the intent. We're not utility driven, we're customer driven, and we feel like this is a potential need, potential customer choice that might serve well. But again, from my lessons learned, if the value is not enough, the customer will speak for themselves too, right? So we're working on it.
Thanks, Yo. I guess a follow-up to Chair Griffin's kind of question around trying to open up the market here. Will Hawaiian Electric kind of will you folks consider the use of a bring your own installer option? I mean, we've talked a lot about BYOD and kind of this, the market approach can be very powerful, but to kind of alleviate the fears that the DER parties have around sourcing around one or two, maybe even a couple DR providers that may not be their members, and may potentially, present this challenge to to ownership, utility ownership. Is there any willingness to consider bring your own installer kind of arrangement for this program, either the pilot program or the full program?
For the pilot program, we already finished the RFP, Andrew, so we're good to go, and we're gonna find installation sites and go forward with that. But to your point, a different variation of it where more DER market could participate in. Actually, the Consumer Advocate Group had a very nice PV host proposal. We were fixated on basically one option where CA provided about 4 different options, of which one of them was that. So to be able to create, and at a way that would be not utility-owned system, but it would be a, for lack of a better term, aggregator service provider where that solar contractor will be the owner and we would pay them $1 per kW. Is that similar to rooftop rental, or is that closer to aggregator? To be determined, Andrew, but we are always willing to listen and learn from it. So, now that we were able to submit the EDR materials, we have 2.5 weeks to really clamp down and figure out what we would like to file a comprehensive, to the extent possible, comprehensive filing in June. So we will re-engage with CA and the DER parties about the 4 option, the PV host that was proposed by CA.
Thank you, Yo.
Yo, I have a question that's a little bit more general, and just thinking of kind of the broader topic here about lessons learned from pilots and demonstrations. And what you represented in your slide indicated that there is some learning that single family homes wasn't really a focal area that would yield benefit with the current construction of the program, but that is still the path with which you all are proceeding forward. So I guess as I'm considering my question is how how is he able to take in information and like learn lessons, but then implement those lessons? I'm trying to get an understanding of like how the lessons learned can be integrated into the process,
Yeah.
such that outcomes can be better reflective of customer.
Yeah, so this is a little bit of a tricky balancing act. The vendors that have been selected for the initial assessment are not guaranteed to be the delivery for the full-scale programs, but they are the subject matter expert. They can, under this contract, under this initial assessment, they can educate us in so many ways. We focus on single-family homes because the RFP asked for that, right? So as we figure out that there is a need for different types, if there is a quote for $10 for this item, the duplex, multiplex apartment, that same $10 does not resonate. It's a different cost point because there might be more construction out of commercial buildings or trenching or whatnot required. There's too much of an unknown where that $10 quote is not sufficient. So what are we learning? This exercise of identifying the potential, working with the subject matter expert allows us to develop a more clear message of the full-scale RFP of the different types of quotes that we would need so that we would know what the ceiling of the different options that we're looking for. And then we would be able to submit that to the commission at a later time, say, this is the full-scale RFP that we did for these type of homes, and we are targeting this number of homes each year. This will be the budget not to exceed type ceiling is sort of the pathway of learning that we're going through, Rachel.
And I also just want to clarify the premise of the question. I don't think Yo indicated that single family was not an opportunity and did not have an interest. It was just that there were other areas as well that were demonstrating interest.
Thank you, Shelley. Robert?
Thank you. If I can make an ask, I know that it appears that Hawaiian Electric did some press release around this most recent filing. I've seen a couple of pop-ups. To the extent that you filed the rooftop rental proposal, would it be possible to avoid extensive publicity? There are a lot of ongoing projects, particularly around LMI, that are sort of under the works, and I'd be concerned about creating customer confusion or market confusion. You know, for example, there are megawatts of city projects that are currently under RFP. There are several affordable housing developers that are actively have projects, already installed projects are underway. I just don't want to create a situation before you're approved by the commission. If there is press publicity around this, that potentially some of those projects get impacted. Just trying to, avoid that confusion if possible.
Others can confirm for me, but I believe that the press was around announcing that we have this strategy. Is that what you're talking about? The press around the DER strategy and asking for community input?
That is the notice I saw. I guess what I'm asking is on a going forward basis, assuming you file something in June, I'm asking if you can avoid publicizing, because I don't want to see current projects being held up while the LMI owner or somebody else starts to consider whether or not they want to look at this instead. Again, if it gets approved, then obviously Hawaiian Electric will be allowed to market as much as it wants. But I just want to kind of flag that there is activity in this area already going on that potentially gets impacted by potential proposals out there.
Yeah, that's fine. I just want to make sure that it's clear that the recent press was to get input from customers and community.
Okay, Robert, I see your hand still raised, like the virtual hand. Did you have a follow-up question? Thanks. Okay, if there aren't other questions around the rooftop pilot, we can transition to talking about transition for customers into more permanent programs. So are there any lingering questions here? Okay. So earlier today, a number of issues were raised around the transition for customers who are in existing programs, transitioning to whatever the decided upon DER programs are. And one of those concerns being like essentially a jolt or requirement for customers to transition to new programs. So if we could start the conversation there generally. I know some of the concerns were raised earlier, but if we could reintroduce those and speak through potential resolutions to that, the disparity that's there. So it seems that there's an interest to require transition at a particular time. There's also some concern about allowing customers to opt into something at their leisure relatively. I'm going to volunteer for Isaac. Isaac, to just articulate the concerns, and if there's a suggested way ahead that you think is like a midpoint, or perhaps if there's not a midpoint and there's just the one side, but just trying to get a sense of what a successful transition might look like in light of both interests.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate being voluntold here, and it's like law school again. But yeah, I think this might be more shading towards the philosophical disagreement type of issue, but Robert can further elaborate. I think the DR parties would prefer more of an opt-in approach and incentivizing customers to migrate over rather than sort of the forced march approach that the eco companies are proposing. I think some of it's pretty draconian where you get like 7 years countdown, but then you get credit already, or you count time already on your program. So basically, a lot of the customer base right now would have to switch over in 6 months, and that's just a recipe for all kinds of pain and complaint and objections and disruption. So, Robert, you want to elaborate?
Also being voluntold. Thanks, Isaac. Just pragmatically thinking about what the implication would be is that if we have to have customers sign a whole new tariff agreement, there is the education process, the signing up, the transferring from one to another. If there are new Rule 14H requirements, the having to meet or satisfy new requirements, which potentially means replacing existing equipment. It's educating customers on what the difference is between the two tariffs now. And potentially, for example, a customer that might be in CGS or CGS Plus without a battery being opted into a tariff that fundamentally economically only works with a battery, of having to replace that. Again, it's just it seems like a logistical nightmare, of which a lot of it would fall on Hawaiian Electric, of trying to reach out to customers and tell them, hey, you've got to switch. And again, it's not really clear what the pragmatic benefit would be, except to sort of abstractly have less tariffs. Again, I think the preferred approach would be is to try to create opportunities for people to switch over, particularly if they're replacing equipment, or set an exterior deadline by when these tariffs phase out. But generally speaking, if someone opted into a program that at the time made sense, having that program continue is not detrimental to the system. It's not detrimental. It was anticipated. And again, even most of the interim tariffs do have, for example, rate reopenings. And so having the rates reopen is fine. That was anticipated. But I think substantively changing the technical requirements is really problematic, and they're going to create a lot of customer confusion.
Thank you, Isaac and Robert. Hiko, could I ask that you respond to that? And just if my goal in asking this question is really to try to get a sense of like the necessity of closing programs. Like I feel like from the filings, I understand the preferences, and I'm trying to get an understanding of behind the scenes of like what makes that necessary.
Hi, Rachel, it's Lonnie. I can take a stab at it, and others from Hawaiian Electric can chime in after me. I think first I'll start by saying that we do not want disruption, confusion to the market or to customers. We want to avoid sudden starts and stops. We want to make sure that the process is as streamlined and as easy as possible for customers. So the scenarios that Robert just gave, I think we would want to avoid, and I don't think that we have contemplated having a customer be stuck in that situation where they kind of suddenly have to jump into another program and change out equipment. we built into our proposal. And also kind of keeping in mind, you know, the commission did ask for a transition plan. So at some point, you know, we need to transition and continue to evolve our programs into the longer term solutions, which are supposed to be improved and better, right? So we want to get us there. So we built into our proposal certain features that would allow that kind of smooth process. For example, we said 7 years. We based that on kind of a basic assumption that that would be an average payback period for a customer. They would have that long to get their investment back before they need to switch into another program. And again, that switch should be relatively easy. If you're a CGS customer, you're an exporting customer, you can go pretty smoothly onto the export rider of the standard DER tariff. So I think we agree with what the DER parties want to do conceptually, but we also want to make sure, which is, you know, no confusion, no disruption. We also want to make sure that eventually we are moving on.
I appreciate your response, Lonnie. I'm going to push back a little, just because I think what I'm lacking understanding on, because yes, there's an intent to transition, and I guess I'm trying to get a sense. So some transitions, for instance, might include that like old programs remain and only new programs, like new customers can only enroll in new programs. So like a transition could look like that. Transition doesn't necessarily have to be like a closure of legacy programs. And I'm offering that just as an example because there seems to be an interest in ensuring that legacy programs are closed. And so I'm trying to get an understanding of like, if the future was such that legacy programs existed, is there a detriment that would result at the utility if something like that remained?
No, thanks, Rachel, for the point and idea. I think that's true. We could certainly leave the legacy programs open or the interim programs open. But starting out in this proceeding, I think all of us said that we wanted to simplify. We just had too many options. The menu was too big, you know, not good for contractors, not good for customers. So how can we kind of downsize and make our world more manageable? So that was part of our thinking as well.
Yeah, if I could add really quickly, I think that's where the DER parties emphasize sort of the incentives to transition and migrate. So for example, if when we update the smart export pricing, the DER parties have proposed a smart export plus approach. At that point, midday exports wouldn't be zero anymore. Kind of how Chair Griffin has emphasized that, you know, the world's changed at this point. And by the way, that zero valuation was simply meant to be an interim baby step, just to get us sort of under the track of understanding time-based rates or whatever, and load shifting. And then the you know, the flip side of that zero was supposed to be the premium for you know, on peak exports. But yeah, so once we update that value and unlock more and more value as we continue to refine and improve our modeling analyses, as we get these BYOD programs and that whole concept of value stacking going, I think the migration will be sort of natural and organic. But you know, right now I think we're kind of impeding that because we're not unlocking that value at this point.
Rachel, I want to make sure I understand your question. Are you mainly asking about people who are already signed up versus new people that will be new customers that will be signing up for DER? Or maybe signed up is the wrong word. Customers that already have DER?
I am asking about customers who are currently on DER, yes, and for them, what would transition look like?
Got it. So, you know, our understanding of the interim programs was that they were set up as interim with the intention of transitioning to a permanent program at the time that they were set up. Maybe my assumption there is wrong, but that's why they were called interim. And that part of the ask was to talk about how we transition people from the interim to the more permanent program. So that's what we were trying to address in our comments. should, you know, this goes back to the philosophical differences again, you know, so should the PUC decide that you don't want to have those customers transition, we can definitely do that. There's just the ongoing, you know, equity and cost shift and those, and optimizing those resources to be more animated resources on the grid, that I think could be a lost opportunity.
If I could give just like a brief pragmatic example, we tried to switch a couple CSS systems over onto a new tariff on the Big Island. And these projects had been approved, I think, roughly 2 years ago. But when we tried to switch it, the standards had changed between how far the inverter had to be away from the electrical panel. And so they were no longer approved as they had already been. So it actually, we'd have to rewire everything to shift it over about 6 inches to the right. In the same vein, all the Rule 13H requirements had changed. And likewise, we'd have to update potentially the inverter itself in order to switch to a new tariff. Again, if that is sort of what, you know, the types of hurdles or hassles people will have, I just want to flag this is going to be a major lift. You know, the you know, end goal might be trying to move to something where it's a very simplified process where you're simply just agreeing to the conditions, that there's some grandfathering of where you were into something new. And I think we could have conversations about that. But at the end of the day, the question is, why are we trying to make this effort? Are we going to spend a lot of time and energy and effort on it to essentially just change the names? Or are we looking for something more robust and really aggressive? And then the 7-year payback, just because a customer has gotten their money back, doesn't mean that we now say, well, tough luck, your investment's no longer worth anything. That's not how people think about it. They are looking at it over the lifespan of a product. It's not like, hey, I suddenly got my money back, you know, so now I don't need to make anything off of the investment I made. And then, as we know, you know, a significant portion of the market is third-party financed, where that's not the type of analysis customers have. So again, I think it really goes back to the question of why are you trying to transition somebody? If it's really because you want a different performance or a different type of service, then you want to try to incentivize that. Otherwise, it doesn't really make sense.
If I can respond really briefly, thanks, Robert. I'm not aware of those specific situations that you brought up on Hawaii Island. But if that was the case, I would suggest, subject to further check, that those were more like outlier situations. And from like a broader perspective, as we transition customers, we definitely wouldn't want to have every customer sign up, you know, for new everything, new equipment, because we realize that that would be a logistical nightmare on all of us, not to mention a really poor customer experience. So that is not what we want out of this. And then secondly, you know, when a customer who's had 7 years transitions, it's not like we want them to just pack it up and not, you know, get any more out of their investment. At that point, we're hoping that they could sign up for, you know, an advanced tariff and do grid services and still continue to, you know, earn on their investment and also contribute to grid services and help all customers.
That's our goal as well.
For that discussion. I will just say that my takeaway from that is, and Rob, I appreciate you saying that you have the same goal, because it sounds like there's a shared goal, and this philosophical differences keep sneaking in. But whether that's incentivized or mandated, I think it sounds like where there's a hard stop, an impasse, if we will, between the parties on how to get there. So I appreciate the discussion, although it kind of seems that we landed where we started. At least we know where we are. I'll transition now, if there aren't any other questions. Okay, our closing discussion is about the LMI program options presented, as well as engagement with Hawaii Energy. So I'm grateful that the parties have proposed a number of options to address this community. And I'm also grateful that Hawaii Energy is on the call. So Caroline, feel free to jump in to contribute to this discussion as well. But one of the things I'd like to tee up for discussion is this rooftop rental program and the virtual program that the DER parties presented in an effort to address LMI customer needs and welcoming them to engage in this DER progression. I'm really curious if that is a possible, like if that is a suggestion that can be readily implemented. So as a concept, I feel like the idea of shared solar, I understand, and I'm trying to get a sense of if that's something that can be realized readily.
Rachel, it's a pretty well-known program in California, so I think we have the opportunity to take a look at a pretty well vetted program. Sunrun alone has over 65 megawatts of affordable housing solar in California out of this program, and the general idea is essentially installing on a building. The electrons flow to the common points. The idea is you're serving essentially the units in that building, but because they're all individually metered, it is difficult to have the solar system serve it. So essentially each customer, each tenant is going to get a KW credit essentially based on the production of that system on the building. And there's, again, it's a pretty well understood program, and essentially it's an accounting exercise. And so in some ways, how quickly could this move or go forward really goes back down to and unfortunately, it would be an obligation on Hawaiian Electric. So I really do think they have to answer that question of whether they can handle that accounting exercise. The number of properties would be fairly discrete. So, the world of how many properties getting, how much of this work would entail is could be reasonably well known. But again, the back of the envelope accounting question is going to be ultimately on Hawaiian Electric.
Thanks, Rob. If I could ask Hawaiian Electric to respond, please.
I can try and others can chime in. I I think I want to know more details about the California program, but from a general standpoint, I think we can safely say that we're happy to have evolved on from NEM. And so as the Consumer Advocate Office said earlier in the meeting, I think going straight back to NEM just because it's NEM is probably going backwards. So if there's another way we could do it besides retail, where we definitely want to help our LMI customers, but we want to do it in a way that's fair for all customers. And the metering might be a whole different issue, so we just have to know how they did that in California. I don't know how we do that.
Yeah, I guess I just want to be really clear that this isn't essentially putting experts out and having it retail rated. I mean, again, if you have a building that, say, hypothetically has a 1 megawatt load and you're producing 1 megawatt, you're serving or self-consuming. The challenge is you may have 100 different meters and you can't connect to 100 different meters. And so fundamentally, what you're trying to do is self-consume or serve that building's load. And again, it's an accounting exercise of crediting those meters for that self-consumption. Or do you have to physically rewire every unit and create one master meter? And so, I mean, again, the intent isn't to go beyond addressing the load of that building, and that's the intent. And I can understand, in the application, if you want to have more control over how that system operates, it's understandable. But the fundamental really is, how do we serve multifamily buildings, and in this case, limited to affordable housing units, in a way where you're allowing them to install a system. If it's overly complex, well, let me back up. In California, under Section 8 and under the federal rules, it is pretty specific that all the savings have to be passed on to the LMI customer. And so there's a pretty good regimented structure way you can say solar went on, directly benefit the LMI customers, and you're essentially self-consuming.
Yeah, I think we got to just get past this seemingly allergic reaction to the word NEM or whatever, and see what's exactly happening here. And in California, you got the success story like Robert mentioned, and you have sort of proof on the opposite way, where LA is like the only place that hasn't done this, and it just happens to be that county, like the place where nothing's happening for LMI customers. So, I mean, this is a proven way to unlock that opportunity for LMI customers. Are we serious about helping LMI customers with bill relief or not?
A question for the virtual net
Yeah,
energy
sorry.
metering program. Who pays for? Who owns the system? Who pays for the system? Does the 100 homes that's getting that partial credit, do they pay upfront or do they pay monthly or in the California model?
So traditionally with these affordable housing buildings, they're typically owned by, there's a handful of companies that own them nationally. And so the meters can be passed on to the individual tenants, or it can be paid for by that company. And so the owner of the solar system essentially would be the company, and the credits are passed down to the tenants, right? And so there's got to be a pretty tight clarity that the building owner who operates on a shoestring budget, it's not exactly a affordable housing. It's not exactly like a lucrative market. They have to have very tight clarity that they're not going to be negatively impacted. And so the intent there is to provide pretty good certainty to both the tenant and to the owner that the system is going to make sense over time. And I think Isaac brought up the LAWP example, where I think they pursued more of a rooftop rental kind of situation. And there is definitely solar going in under it, to be clear, but the savings do not pass on to the low-income tenant. There just isn't. So there's a lot of pushback in LA, specifically that the solar doesn't help tenants.
I've been hearing, concerns, complaints from low-income advocates from from LA for years at this point. It's like, and it's around that issue. It's you're not hitting the nail on the head as far as how to get to that issue.
Caroline, can I put you on the spot here a little and ask for some of your input? I know that Hawaii Energy does a lot of work with landlords in an effort to get the benefit to tenants. And I'm curious if you could share some insights generally, I guess just in your experience and how landlords have or have not been receptive to that, and what it looks like to make sure that the tenants receive the benefit, particularly in the absence of laws that require that pass through.
Yeah, so I can just give a little bit. I think the most relevant program is our Energy Smart for Homes, which has been largely a multifamily direct install in-unit retro and energy efficiency retrofit. And I will say that in terms of engagement, to date, I think that we've incentivized efficiency upgrades within over 20,000 individual units. I would probably estimate, and I'm not going to do it justice how many buildings, but over 500 or at least. And well, yeah, and the single owner the single landlord with a master meter account has definitely, I would say, has the lowest barrier to entry because they are, but they're able to manage. I mean, this is again in units, so it's not apples to apples in a comparison. It's able to allow access to customers more directly without having to engage across multiple tenants and gain, access individually. But we have had a lot, for the properties that are already residentially metered, those the benefits they go directly, the energy savings benefits for their own electric bills are realized. And what we've tried to do is couple the other direct install upgrades for common areas to try and incentivize, to really balance what benefits are going directly to the landlord versus, only to the tenant. And a lot of times for, just from an implementation standpoint, the resident manager on the property has been one of the key aspects of how to really get in and get a project realized, because they're the ones that ultimately are responsible for scheduling and for, and really engaging across the entire property. So again, I know that this is, when it comes to the side, doesn't have any of the interconnection or other types of billing implications, but it's not, it does, take it, it's a lot for engagement in terms of door knocking and information, access to information and just building awareness. And so some of the properties have taken a much longer time, especially if there's any sort of AOAO established. That, I mean, that's just a whole nother barrier to entry. I don't know if there's anything more specific, Rachel, you want me to get into on, some of our various experiences, but I think some of the properties that Byod had already mentioned, Hawaii Public Housing Authority or state, and I mean, we've worked with all of them, and there's definitely timing that is a challenge for sure.
Awesome. I appreciate you putting you on the spot, and I think what you shared is valuable. Thank you.
Yeah, and I'm happy to answer any other specifics. I know as it may relate to some of these efforts.
Awesome. Thank you. I want to provide others the opportunity to ask questions as well. I realize I've just been running them back to back. So if there are questions, please jump in. The real hand raise is fine, as well as a virtual, or you can just jump in generally. I'm
gathering that we need to learn more about what's intended by Robert's proposal. And, without fully understanding it, this might be a stupid question, but is there a reason? I guess my initial impression was that you guys could do this on your own, and not really sure why you need us to do it to enable you to make it happen.
Again, the challenge, I think, as Caroline just mentioned, is that if you have individually metered units, it is difficult to connect a system to 100 individually metered units. So it probably would require rewiring the entire building, which is economically challenging. So the intent here is to be connected to one unit or one line, with the idea that the benefit would flow to the individual units in that building. Does that make sense? I mean, it's mostly just a technical wiring issue.
Okay. We'll have to look more into it to make sure we understand.
To jump on Shelley's question, removing the technical side aspect, you install the system and the owner or association, someone is going to reap the benefit of the KWH going this way. So that owner could reduce the maintenance fee of that dwelling without a bill credit going, because what we're asking is, can it not be shown, or the owner of the solar system send out 100 checks? It's just a question of, is that a logistical challenge on their side?
Yeah, so I mean, again, I think the idea is to self-consume as much as possible. And so yes, an AOAO could simply just install a system to address common areas, and that's all. And in some AOAOs or buildings, that may be worth it in of itself, and some may have relatively small common areas. I think the intent here, though, is to essentially serve the units, and by serving the units, trying to provide, the self-generation benefit. And so, it does wind up being an accounting exercise, relatively speaking.
Thank you. It does sound, I agree with you, Shelley, like there's more dialogue to be had to get an in-depth understanding of some of the intricacies potentially implementing something like this, and what, to any extent, the support would be needed to do so. I have a question around the LMI Council engagement, and just generally speaking, earlier was mentioned like there's not a standard necessarily definition for who an LMI customer is. Like, while there are different programs that identify customers that we broadly speak about in this income group, there's not necessarily one standard shared LMI definition. And so I'm curious if you could share some of the things been through the LI Council engagement. And then specifically, I'm curious if part of that council is also sharing proposals like this, or I'm just trying to get a sense of like how it is shared between council members as well as like, and how that informs decision making.
So this is Joanna. So yes, we do share our programs to get input from our LMI advisory councils. They were stood up last year, so we've had meetings October and February to get input from our advisory councils. And the advisory councils are made up of nonprofits and government agencies because we do feel that they have firsthand knowledge and can give us, you know, their feedback. You know, they have firsthand knowledge as far as their constituencies. Yeah, when we talk about LMI and the definition, there is a wide range of constituents, right? It goes from very low income, those that, you know, may be at the threat of losing their homes, meeting really basic needs, to then the ALICE population. And those are, you know, kind of our more mid-income folks. You know, as it relates to like Hawaii Energy, in February, you know, we did run proposals like CBRE and try to get feedback on how aware were they about Hawaii Energy. So, you know, there's things like that. We do use them as a means to get information out to their clients. We understand that, you know, this population, especially the lower income folks, don't have access to technology. Sometimes they don't have access, they don't have phones, they don't have computers. So we really count on this group to forward information to us to really do that grassroots outreach. We are actually this week in the process of meeting with our LMI advisory councils in preparation for the disconnection moratorium lift at the end of the month. So we are educating them on our payment arrangement proposals to make sure that we hope to not disconnect any customers. So it's a wide range of things where we are also emailing them, you know, even between meetings to let them know what we're doing at all times.
I think they did appreciate, oh, sorry, Joanna, go ahead.
Yeah. Oh, no, go ahead.
I was just going to comment on the eligibility question that you had, Rachel. I think they did appreciate not having a separate application process, that, you know, this approach of using other programs that they've already qualified for is helpful, because it's really burdensome for these customers to go through that process. To the extent that the commission has influence or a voice to identify an opportunity to have one process to identify customers, or I guess citizens, residents who, or households who qualify as LMI, I think that would help a lot of organizations, you know, nonprofits, government, utility, for all of these types of programs that are becoming more needed and more prevalent. But aside from that, I think depending on qualifications of others was something they appreciated, and they, you know, added a few more ideas to the list that ended up, I think, in our CBRE proposal.
Thank you, Shelley and Joanna. I am encouraged to hear that you're able to integrate their feedback into your current and ongoing operations. Joanna, you mentioned something about a lack of access to internet. And I'm curious, the thing that comes to mind immediately is the recent press release for comments on the CER strategy. And if I'm remembering correctly, I think responses are asked to be emailed. So I'm curious if there are efforts to allow comments or to provide that information to people who may not have access to internet and email.
That's a really great question. And gosh, as it relates to that, you know, I can certainly send that on to our nonprofit stakeholders. So in addition to the LMI advisory councils, I am still emailing, you know, we do a community toolkit where we translate, constantly. We have a latest flyer that we just developed last week and translated in 7 languages. So at this point, I have now up to, I think, 120 individuals from different government agencies and stakeholders. I thank you for that and flagging that. We should, and I'll work with Lonnie to make sure I get that out to our stakeholders and see if they can do that grassroots approach to get input from their clients as well.
I agree. Thank you, Rachel, for the great question, and we'll follow up. I'll work with Joanna.
Thank you both for being so responsive. That is the extent of my inquiries here. We reserve the last 10 minutes for commission commentary. We don't have a great deal to say, so there's a few more minutes if there are other questions or comments from anyone present.
Rachel, I do have a point of clarification, if I may. Going back to the conversation that Robert and I were having earlier about CGS Plus on Molokai, we're definitely going to continue to work with the stakeholders and look at EDR on Molokai, but we did double check with the Maui team, and they said there was only one CGS Plus customer who did not get conditional approval because of primary high voltage. They were offered 2 different mitigation options, but all other CGS Plus customers have been approved. So it's open. There's a path for customers.
Lonnie, just sorry, not to prolong this anymore. I mean, we had a conversation where we actively talked about CGS Plus as an option and the reason why non-exporting customers can't move forward. And the explanation was because the view was Maui Electric would have the ability to shut off the CGS Plus system and bring all the load on. When I pointed out that CGS Plus systems don't actually operate that way, that they'd still self-consume, the comment was, oh, we're gonna have to look in that, we're gonna have to stop that because we effectively need to have the load brought back onto the grid. So again, that's off the verbal statement, obviously, but the pathway, if indeed, again, just clarity needs to be made there. If the idea is that you can have exporting systems on, and as long as the exports shut off, and that's the answer, then we'll pursue that. But the way we walked away from that conversation was the only way to move forward at this stage is to keep the load on the grid, and it had nothing to do with shutting exports off. Again, we can talk about it more. Sorry.
I gather that was probably a well-intentioned engineer who, maybe is responsible for operating the grid who has real concerns. But based on, what Lonnie just came back with, that's not part of what our policy is and what's impacting the programs right now.
Okay, well, again, we attached language from a denial or an interconnection letter stating that you had to keep the load on the grid. That was the path forward. If the policy is all CGS, as long as there's no secondary issue, plus systems can move forward on Molokai, then maybe that is the option. And we don't have to pursue the load build, but my guess is the load build is still ultimately something that you're looking for.
Yeah, so if you're referring to the quote that you had in your filing, I want to just point out that was NEM Plus, and it wasn't a requirement for the load to be on the grid. I think that was just an extraneous sentence indicating what the impact of the NEM Plus requirements were.
Thank you for those points of clarity. Also, thank all of you for this wonderful, although a bit long journey. It feels a little strange that this is the last scheduled meeting because I'm so used to seeing you all with such regularity that I feel like I'll actually miss you. I know we'll see one another again, I'm sure. But I wanted to provide Chair Griffin an opportunity to share some closing remarks with you all as we draw this meeting to a close. Chair Griffin?
Thanks, Rachel. I know you said we reserved 10 minutes, but it's definitely not going to be 10 minutes. It's been a long day for everyone. But I was just looking back, reflecting on not actually the beginning of the docket, but our first technical conference. That was January 28th. I remember we met in our side hearing room Commission had just spent a long night in Pune. I remember we came back and sat down to discuss this docket in the future. And I think so where I look where we stand now compared to that point in the level of discussion, we have collectively made huge ground. Just when I look at what the material is on the table, the level of discourse among parties, persevering through a pandemic, no less. And so, 14 months later, I sit here and I look, we have a set of proposals here on the broad range of issues that will really, I think, provide us a basis for a big leap into the future. So I know that's what we're all looking for. So I thank you for that. I thank you for the group's thought leadership and labor here. I know we've asked a lot, and you once again have all risen up and delivered. So we thank you for that too. We keep hearing, there's been discussion about philosophical divides, but I also see and hear a lot of synergy. So we're going to work to balance those. Commission will, make the calls that we need to, and then, ask that we all, again, work together in the future to make all these programs successful for the people that we serve. So with that, I also just want to thank our staff. You guys have done amazing work. Another new set of leaders rising up here. So just want to thank you for that and wish everyone a good afternoon, good day. Thank you all again for your work, and look forward to, taking action on this, and then we will see you again. But I do, I'll miss these meetings too. So thanks everyone, or thanks Rachel. That's all for me.
Well, that's all for everyone, I reckon. With 2 minutes to spare even. Thank you so much, Chair Griffin. Thank you, everyone. Be safe. Enjoy your afternoon. Enjoy the rest of the week. And you'll hear from us in writing.